Section 22 of Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. Indian Mexico. One of the most serious problems left unsolved by Porfirio Diaz was the Mexican Indian. If we consider the total population of the Republic to reach the figure of 15 million persons, it is likely that 6 million of these are Indians of pure blood. If we draw a line across Mexico a little north of the capital city, we may quite fairly call the portion lying south of it by the name of Indian Mexico. The cities in this area are not Indian, though Oaxaca and some others in the south have a large number of Indians in their population. But outside the cities, the population is almost purely such. There are true Indian villages within 25 minutes of the plaza of the capital. There are important Indian towns within an hour's ride by railway train. Aztec may be heard in current use as the ordinary language at points within the Valley of Mexico itself. Troops of Otomi Indians pass through the streets of Mexico almost daily. When celebrating the Centennial, it was not necessary to send far for Indians to participate in the historical procession, which forms so striking a feature in that splendid pageant. The state of Tlaxcala is almost purely Indian and is one of the most densely populated states of the Republic. The state of Oaxaca has been said to have more than 90% of Indian population. There are undoubtedly sections of Mexico where the blood of white men is bleeding out and the percentage of Indian blood increasing. I know the Mexican Indian well. During 4 years, the whole of my free time was devoted to a study of him in his mountain home in the states of Hidalgo, Veracruz, Puebla, Tlaxcala, Michoacan, Oaxaca, Chiapas, and Yucatan. Thousands of them have passed through my hands for inspection, measurement, and examination. They differ, of course, from tribe to tribe, from region to region. The Archbishop of Oaxaca once said to me, "Within my diocese there are many different kinds of Indians. There are tall ones and short ones, handsome and ugly ones, stupid and bright ones. They range from black to orange-yellow. Yet there are certain characteristics common to all, and one may form a general conception of Mexican Indians, which will be for the most part true. Mexican Indians suspicious. The Indians of Mexico are suspicious. Within their little villages, every man knows his neighbor. No man knows outsiders. The stranger is dreaded. There are many towns which object to harboring an outsider for a single night. They cannot understand why anyone should come to them unless he has designs against them. They are afraid of being robbed of land. They suspect new forms of taxation. They fear that they may be forced into military service. They fear lest they be made to labor on distant plantations for foreign owners. These fears are based upon old experience, and on the whole are not without foundation. But beyond this, there is the natural suspicion of outsiders common to peoples living in isolation. Nor is their suspicion limited to white men. Not only are there long-standing feuds between tribes, but there are difficulties often between villages of the same people. Not uncommonly, the traveler finds it difficult to secure food and shelter for his Indian servant. The village that may perhaps be willing to supply him with what he needs will absolutely refuse to minister to the necessity of his mozo. Superstitions. It is not surprising that the Indians of southern Mexico are superstitious. Nominally and theoretically, all of them are Catholics. Many of them, in fact, are devoutly so. They have, however, been sadly neglected. In many Indian villages, the priest comes but once a year, upon the saint's day or twice, to say Mass, to baptize, to unite in holy matrimony, or to repeat prayers for the dead. There are few villages but have a church, and frequently the church is fine, out of all proportion to the importance of the prosperity of the community. But while Catholics, the Indians are also pagans. Magic and ancient witchcraft still form an important element in their life, for most of the Catholicism is a varnish or veneer over the old idolatry. Archbishop Gillot once showed me a wooden figure, crudely painted, of a rain god which had been taken from the church of Mixidon. It was found in the church itself at the high altar with the crucifix and figure of the Blessed Virgin. Many of the modern churches occupy the sites of ancient temples, and not infrequently the worship they have performed is a worship to the old gods masquerading under a Christian name. The church upon the pyramid of Cholula replaces a temple of Quetzalcoatl, the fair god. It is likely that the Church of the Thieves of Huixquilucan of the Atomies has done the same. They give room for thought. The churches of Guadalupe occupy a site that was sacred to the ancient Aztecs. The Mother of God perhaps was forced to make her apparitions at the rock sacred Tonatzin, Mother of Gods. For many of the thousands of Indians who gather at those shrines, it is certain that the act of worship is the same today as anciently. Were there room, an interesting chapter could be filled with citations of survivals of paganism among the Mexican Indians, and chapters more could be filled with examples of their superstitions and superstitious practices. Home life of Indians. The Mexican Indians are not lazy, nor are they cowards. In their mountain homes, they cultivate the land and raise sufficient harvests for their animal needs. In many villages, they raise coffee and fruits. Some towns produce mattings, basketry, pottery, mantas, and blankets. In many places, they burn charcoal. Some of these products of their industry are meant for export and are carried on human backs over the mountains to a market. Bands of mixes go 100 miles or more to Oaxaca with heavy burdens of charcoal, coffee, or fruit. It is said that the man who has carried 100 or 150 pounds upon his back up to the city, and having no burden for his homeward journey, will load his carrying frame with stones and carry them over the weary trails back to his village. Perhaps the practice is not altogether foolish. The Mexican Indians are timid and suspicious, but they are not cowards. They are not afraid of death. When they have a leader, they make good soldiers, if equipped. They would defend their village and their land with bravery to the last man. If they knew they had a nation, they would fight for it most gladly. The Mexican Indians are very poor. They may, however, be happy. If unoppressed, they gain a living rather easily. They want no more. Why should they? In their towns, they can produce all they need. Materials for their simple houses are abundant in their immediate locality. Food sufficient for the year's needs can be found and cultivated. Cotton, and in some localities, wool is at hand, and the women know how to spin and weave. Shelter, food, and clothing, all are within reach. What more is necessary? If they have desires for anything beyond, the coffee and the charcoal will procure it. Whether they would be any better or happier if their needs were greater admits of question. Probably, if they are to contribute seriously to the upbuilding of a great nation, their desires must be multiplied. As it is, they live close to the margin. A party of a half dozen quartered on an ordinary Indian town in the mountain districts may be a serious burden. Even the traveler who pays for all he uses is no blessing. The man who sells him food for himself and fodder for his horses is dissatisfied. He knows that he is likely to be forced to buy the same things for his own needs a little later at even higher prices. Indian conservatism. The Mexican Indians are conservative. Curious differences in this respect are seen. The mixes, on the whole, are among those that have been least affected by outside influence. All of them speak their harsh language, and most of them know little or no Spanish. Yet in the matter of dress, They are the least conservative of Mexican Indians. On the other hand, the Zapatecs are largely in the habit of speaking Spanish, although all also use their native tongue. But in the matter of dress, they still wear the old huito, huipili, and huipilili, made of material of their own weaving. Ignorance. In many things, the Mexican Indian is frightfully ignorant. He is not lacking, for the most part, in intelligence. He knows the necessities for his daily life in his little town. He is well informed in all the village happenings. He can appreciate justice and hate injustice. But his range of thought is very narrow. He often speaks no language but his own. He knows neither to read nor write, may or may not have been to the nearest market town. He has rarely seen a foreigner and knows nothing of outside lands. It is doubtful whether he knows the name of the governor of his state or the president of the republic. Both state and republic are very vague, indefinite ideas for him. Martin Gonzalez, for many years governor of the state of Oaxaca, once hesitated to give me a general letter of introduction to all the officials of his state. He said, "You should never go to an Indian town until you have been to the district capital and secured ordenes from the jefe politico. These Indians do not know me nor my name, but they know their jefe politico. To them, their village is the center of the world. It is rare for them to exhibit curiosity regarding the place from which the occasional visitor has come. In order to answer the few who betray curiosity in such matters, it has been my custom to indicate my own provenance indirectly. A Chinantec Indian once asked about my home. He had never seen a railroad train, but knew of it and that it made extraordinary speed. I told him, to reach my home, you must travel 2 days on foot over the trail to Quiquitlan. A train takes you the following day to Puebla. The next day, another train carries you to Mexico City, where Don Porfirio lives. Another train, taken at night, traveling night and day, reaches my city in 4 nights and 3 days of constant going." As I spoke, a look of sympathy and pity passed over the old man's face, and shaking his head, he said, "Ah, sir, what a remote and out-of-the-world place you come from. It is probable that most Mexican Indians knew the name of Porfirio Diaz. He had been a fugitive in their own mountains. He had slept in many of their villages. Members of their tribes had served in his army and as his bodyguard. Relatives of many of them had been blown to pieces for disobeying his orders or causing him trouble. He was undoubtedly the one man widely known among them." Transmission of news. Everyone who actually knows Mexico is frequently astonished at the way in which news and information travel. Frequently the peon in the city of Mexico knows the results of a revolutionary battle at a distance as quickly and as perfectly as the authorities who have control of the means of communication. It is little less than marvelous how certain kinds of news travel. An insurrection is no secret, and while the Indian may know nothing of its causes, methods, principles, or leaders, the fact is promptly known. What he desires. The one desire of the Indian is to be let alone in his little world. He loves his village and his little patch of land. He cares nothing for the outside world. Content with little, he makes no strife for wealth in our sense of the word. Though he can appreciate the kind of comfort recognized among his kind. To be left alone, he will pay taxes. He has paid heavy taxes in the past, and is paying heavy taxes in the present. He does not know what they are used for. He looks upon them as a tribute paid for being left alone. Mistaken Indian policy. Under the Grand Regime, he was sadly treated. It was policy that he be kept in ignorance. It was easier to deal with Indians and little tribes with local prejudices than to deal with them as millions of citizens of a republic. It is true that they knew their jefe politico. He was appointed by the governor and was expected to keep order and turn over the local taxes. As long as he did that, he was considered a good officer and was reasonably secure in his position. He was a brute, or worse. His was an iron hand. He not only turned in the taxes which were assessed to him by the state government, but grew rich and fattened from the excess which he ground out of the Indians. In many parts of the Republic, lands were taken from the unfortunate and ignorant Indians. This was usually done through the operation of new laws, of which the poor creatures were completely ignorant, or which they could not understand. They knew that the little patches of ground which they and their fathers had cultivated since the days of the conquest were taken from them, and they had no redress. So common were such acts of dispossession that every village lived in constant fear. The appearance of a stranger in the town was often considered to be simply the preliminary of dispossession. The sight of a surveyor's instrument, or of a camera, which many of them thought to be the same thing, caused uneasy feelings. Not only were they dispossessed of their own land, but they were frequently forced against their will, on flimsy pretexts, to work upon plantations for the foreigner. There are places in Chiapas where large Indian towns have been depopulated with a heavy politico on some pretext or other, and sold the labor of the town people to American and German coffee, rubber, and hennepin planters. Once in the hands of these employers of labor, foreigners, strangers in blood and speech, exploiters, the unhappy Indians were actually in slavery, theoretically working out a debt or fine. They never succeeded in paying off their obligations and died as they lived, on strangers' land. Ignorant, oppressed, dispossessed, enslaved, it is not strange that their natural suspicions were increased, and that from time to time they attempted resistance. Hopeless resistance, ignorant, undirected, unled. When such evidences of dissatisfaction and uneasiness appeared, they were promptly and firmly dealt with by the great ruler. Ask the Totonacs, who saw their brothers blown to pieces by cannon about the firm rule of the benevolent dictator. Yet on the whole, Don Porfirio was kindly inclined toward the Indians. He knew them much better than most people do, but it was easier to treat them like children than like men, easier to manage them separated and divided than united. To be sure, it was a temporizing method or procedure. It was not the way to develop a real nation, but to produce an actual nation of ambassadorial rank out of such material was a serious problem. Anyway, it looked as if conditions would remain in statu until his period was past, and, after us, the deluge. Separated and isolated. Separated and isolated, such as the Indians of Mexico. They are separated in language and by it. There are 15 languages still spoken in the state of Oaxaca. There are 13 in Chiapas, some of them included in the Oaxaca list. There are others in the state of Guerrero, others in Michoacan. There are not as many as in the days of Cortez. Many languages and dialects have disappeared, but there is astonishing diversity in language, and of course this diversity is a bar of separation between the Indians. They are separated in topography and by it. A given tribe occupies a little valley, or builds its villages upon a single mountain crest, or settles on the cultivable patches along a stream. Located by natural conditions, their little world is marked out for them, and they do not think beyond it. They are separated in ignorance and by it, knowing nothing of men and things outside of their towns. They fear and suspect all others. Superstitions flourish. Progress is impossible. The hope of Mexico. Yet most tribes of Mexican Indians have admirable qualities. They are not lazy, but industrious. They have push and energy. Though badly nourished, they are strong and enduring. They are persistent and firm, even to stubbornness. They are capable of purpose and ideals. It was in a miserable Indian town of Oaxaca that Benito Juarez was born. To him, the very existence of Mexico as an independent nation today is due. It was in a miserable Aztec town of Guerrero that Ignacio Altamirano was born. He was a man of letters and credibly represented his nation in the courts of Spain and France. The Mexican Indian is represented in art by the painter Cabrera and the sculptor Instolenque. Nor are men of achievement from the Indian rank so rare that it would be difficult to extend this list respectably. Some of the best qualities of Diaz himself were unquestionably due to his Indian blood. It was not much indeed that flowed in his veins. His father was Spanish and his mother but a quarter blood of Mixtec. But his persistence, firmness, and force, his simplicity in life, and his endurance were distinctly Indian traits. The Indian indeed is Mexico's hope. If the nation is to become truly great, it can only be through the elevation and development of its Indian population. End of section 22. Section 23 of Mexico and the United States. A story of revolution, intervention, and war. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. The House of Cards. There was a time within my personal knowledge of the city of Mexico when any procession caused a delirium of joy, when any spectacle caused gaiety. In 1910, that time was past. During the Centennial celebration, there were such splendid spectacles as the Mexican people had never seen. Yet scarcely a sign of pleasure. Thousands thronged to watch the passing show, yet there was no outburst of delight. Porfirio Diaz, brilliant with royal declarations, and distinguished guests swept by without applause. Widespread dissatisfaction. Through the month I elbowed my way through the crowds and talked with man, woman, and child. It is safe to say I interviewed 1,000 persons. I always began with some natural word of praise or commendation, and I never had an appreciative response, not once. What a splendid procession. Yes, sir, but what result has it? What a beautiful illumination. Who pays for it, sir? Hurrah, here comes Don Porfirio. He surrounds himself with bad ministers. What a magnificent building. Who has grown rich out of it, sir, while the people starve? What a glorious celebration of your independence. Our independence is dead, sir. But these might be the discontented people of the streets. So I talked with barbers, tailors, printers, doctors, little shopkeepers, reporters, lawyers, government officers, soldiers, and policemen. But it was all the same. No one respected the government of Don Porfirio, and the mention of that detested man, Ramon Corral, or of some of the other ministers, brought out expressions of hatred from this long-suffering, gentle people. At least in the capital city, 95% of the people seemed ripe for revolution. There was a floating suggestion that an outbreak might take place on the night of the 14th. I asked about this, and more than one replied. What? An outbreak on the 14th? With all these foreign guests here, invited to celebrate our independence? Oh, no, sir, never. We shall wait. Nothing will happen until September is past. Premonitory rumblings. They were, however, incidents. They were kept out of English papers, and the government subsidized Spanish sheets. One of these was the interesting incident of September 11th on the Pascual de la Reforma, in the shadow of the Columbus Monument, elsewhere described. That I saw. I did not see the fearful thing of September 16th in the state of Tlaxcala, but I heard it talked about on the streets of Puebla and read the notice in the Diario del Hogar, a reliable opposition newspaper. Tlaxcala is a little state, largely Indian. It has long been misruled by Prospero Camansi, himself an Indian, friend of Porfirio Diaz, and one of the worst of the many bad governors of Mexican states. In the villages of Santo Toribio, Cingatzingo, and Zacatalco, the anti-re-electionists had asked permission to hold a procession on the 16th, Independence Day. They gathered and carried out their program in Zacatalco, and then those Zicatzingo marched back to the plaza of the village where they were on the point of dispersing. There had been no disorder. A couple of rurales rode up and assaulted them, but were repulsed with stones. At that moment, 50 cavalrymen appeared, and with insulting words fired upon the party, killing more than a dozen men and women. The others fled to their homes like rabbits. On September 13th, a petition signed by thousands was presented to the National Congress from the state of Oaxaca. It protested against the seating of Governor Pimentel, who claimed re-election in the election held last June. To sign such a protest in Mexico at that time demanded great courage. Signers of complaints became marked men. Perhaps here they felt strength in numbers. Were not terror the law in Mexico, similar petitions and protests would have been made against Governor Martinez of Puebla, Mercado of Michoacan, Coanzi of Tlaxcala, and others. The list is long. In March 1911, I was conversing with an important Mexican official about bad governors. After I had mentioned a dozen, he added, and. None of these men were actually elected by popular vote. It was long since any one of them had had a legal right to office. The storm bursts. The storm was gathering. The revolution was organizing. Its war cry was the election of 1910. Its mottos were effective suffrage and no re-election. Its field was a population reduced to desperation by a long administration of injustice. Any leader could have gained a following. Any leader of ability was almost certain of success. At the time when he began the struggle, Madero had neither fame nor record, experience nor following. His book stated many important principles and carried force, though it was by no means a well-constructed argument. His plan of San Luis Potosi is fairly written, shows little serious thought, and announces nothing really new. He knew nothing of military matters. He was considered even by his intimate acquaintances a dreamer, unpractical, almost an imbecile. He had, however, some qualities of leadership. He was honest, after a fashion fearless, persistent, sanguine, and had entire confidence in himself and in his mission. In the preparation for the outbreak, he showed considerable judgment. He succeeded in making a favorable impression upon the Americans and in gaining wide sympathy among the warm-hearted people along our southern border. It had been planned that the rising should be general over the Republic. November 20th had been appointed as the day of outbreak. The Diaz government realized that trouble was brewing, but they underestimated its seriousness. Several days before the 20th, the police of the capital city had discovered some details of the plot. Weapons and ammunition were discovered in the express offices, declared as agricultural implements, and these had been seized. Those to whom they were consigned were arrested and held. On the 18th of November, 2 days before the date appointed, suspicion led to the searching of the house of Aquila Cerdan in Puebla. The interesting battle which took place there, and which, in a sense, may be considered the first public act of the revolution, has already been described in an earlier chapter. As the day approached, Francisco I. Madero, who had been having his headquarters in San Antonio, Texas, crossed the Rio Grande into Mexico and joined his supporters, ready to lead the insurrection in his own state, Coahuila. The general outbreak of the revolution on the day appointed was disappointing. The demonstrations made were by no means formidable. Almost everywhere the plotters seemed to have determined to wait to see what took place in other places before they risked themselves in an adventure which might prove disastrous. An eyewitness. I was so fortunate as to spend the months of January, February, and March 1911 in Mexico. It was an opportunity to feel a people in the throes of a revolution. One felt that Madero in the field in northern Mexico was but a part of a great movement. At that time, there had been fighting in Chihuahua, Sonora, and Lower California. There had been outbreaks in the states of Yucatan, Veracruz, Tlaxcala, Puebla, Guerrero, and elsewhere. The revolutionists lacked leaders in unity of plan, but everywhere the people were dissatisfied to the degree that they were ready to sacrifice their lives. No restoration of quiet was possible in Mexico until the demands of the aroused populace should be met. The common people were waking. They were thinking. They were talking. I saw and felt the movement, not on the battlefield, but at the center, the capital city. Daily, the intimidated and subsidized press reported federal victories and defeats of the revolutionary forces, but they deceived no one. It was wonderful how quickly and correctly the common people learned the news. They knew details of battles, deaths of leaders, plans of campaign days before the publication of these facts took place in periodicals. Restraint of the common people. One of the most striking and interesting features of the situation was the calmness of the people of the city, as the government forces lost ground, and the case began to look desperate. Force after force was sent to the points of disturbance. Everyone in the great city knew precisely how the forces were being drained off into distant regions. Finally, there was actually no force left in the city of Mexico for its protection. The fact was known to man, woman, and child. The beggars, rateros, criminals knew that the city was defenseless. If it had been Chicago, there would have been violence. If New York, destruction of life and property. If London, years would have been necessary to repair the damages which would have been inflicted. If Paris, the horrors would have been such as to be remembered for generations. But in Mexico, there was no disturbance. The starving, vicious, depraved, and criminal raised no hand, created no disturbance. I was so happy as to see the yielding on the part of the old regime. While I was in Mexico, Porfirio Diaz announced that he had long recognized the need of land reform, and that steps would be taken to divide the great estates when fighting stopped. It is a pity that, as he had long recognized the need, he did not move sooner. He might have given the people a grand thing to celebrate in September 1910. The fall. While I was there, I had the pleasure of seeing the removal from office of Governors Terrazas of Chihuahua, Aristegu of Yucatan, and Martinez of Puebla. These men were no worse than they had been for years before. The old president had learned of no new faults in them. Knowing their badness, he had held them in power against the urgent demand of those they governed. During my homeward journey, the cabinet, that cabinet of bad ministers, resigned, to the public joy. Corral petitioned Congress for long leave of absence. A committee in the House of Deputies made a report advising no re-election of president, vice president, or governors. Had President Diaz taken the lead in those reforms a year sooner, what glory might be his. But he delayed and lost the chance of permanent reputation. The revolution triumphed. The house of cards fell in total ruin. End of section 23. Section 24 of Mexico and the United States. A story of revolution, intervention, and war. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mexico and the United States. A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. Interim Government de la Barra. According to the terms of the Treaty of Ciudad Juarez, arranged between the Madero revolutionaries and the official representatives of the Diaz government, it was understood that de la Barra should occupy the position of provisional president from the time when Porfirio Diaz should leave office until a new election should take place. De la Barra was not an active leader in politics. He was a good diplomat. He had been ambassador of Mexico to the United States and was well and favorably known in Washington. At the moment of the success of the Madero Revolution, he was Minister of Foreign Affairs in Diaz's cabinet. On account of his having been in Washington, he knew more than almost any other man in the attitude of the United States to Mexican affairs, and had been in touch with the representative of the Madero movement, Emilio Vasquez Gomez, who had headquarters in our capital city. It is doubtful whether a better man could have been selected to take charge of things in Mexico. De la Barra's attitude. He took the oath of office on May 26th, a day after the resignation of Diaz was accepted by the National Congress. In taking office, he said, among other things, the following: stranger to all political ambition and only anxious for the welfare of my country, I shall be, in the post which for a time I occupy, a jealous defender of the laws, especially of the electoral laws, in order that the will of the nation may freely manifest itself in the approaching election, to change the federal and local powers. The happiest day in my public life will be the one on which, within the shortest time, which the electoral law and the situation through which the country is now passing permit, I shall transfer the power which I have received today to that citizen whom the Republic may elect. I shall then return to private life with the tranquility which duty performed yields, and with the satisfaction of seeing my country again exploiting its riches through the effort of labor, under the protection of peace. A mongrel cabinet. By the agreement entered into at Ciudad Juarez, the cabinet of the president was to contain some members who should directly represent the revolutionary movement and protect its interests. Accordingly, in his cabinet, which was promptly organized, Ernesto Madero, uncle of the leader of the revolution, was made Secretary of the Treasury. Francisco Vasquez Gomez, Minister of Public Instruction, and Emilio Vasquez Gomez, Minister of Gobernación. In addition to this representation in the cabinet, the appointment of governors in the states of Coahuila and Chihuahua, the states where the chief battles of the revolution had been fought and where its interest had centered, were given to friends of the leader. The governor of Coahuila was Venustiano Carranza. The governor of Chihuahua was Abraham Gonzalez, both of whom had been participants of the revolution. It was also understood that, in all important matters, the government was to consult with Francisco I. Madero, whose advice should be given due weight. Problems pressing. Many and serious problems faced the new government, and any man who could deal with them fairly successfully would demonstrate his ability as ruler. Among the pressing problems were the disarmament of the revolutionary forces, the suppression of banditry, the demands of foreign governments on account of the killing of their nationals, the reimbursement of financial aid privately given to the revolution, the indemnification of losses of Mexican nationals suffered through the revolution, and the aid of states to regain calm and stability. The disarming of revolutionaries. Naturally, the most urgent matter was to disarm the forces of the revolution. In the best of governments, strongly entrenched and in full control, it is a serious matter to deal with an army after a victorious war. There is always danger under such conditions. In the case of Mexico in 1911, the matter was particularly delicate. Many of the forces of the revolution were undisciplined, discontented, ignorant men. They had taken part in the uprising, and many of them had joined because they wished to give rein to their vicious tendencies and to enjoy the pleasures of looting and destruction. There were many who had been liberated from jail and who had been serving terms justly inflicted for actual crimes. There were many who expected, immediately upon the achievement of victory, to receive lands for their own use and to see the great estates of the past divided. The plan of disarmament adopted was to invite the soldiers to appear at stated centers and give up their arms to representatives of the government in exchange for sums of money, which should depend upon the length of time which they had served and the reputation they had gained in service. The sums ranged from 25 to 40 pesos for each person. It was understood that not all the revolutionary soldiers would be retired to private life. That was largely a matter for them as individuals to determine, but that some would remain as rurales in the service of the government with the intention of being used in combating banditry. The new government promptly set aside 8 million pesos from the treasury reserve for the purpose of this disarmament. It was soon found that serious problems arose. Many of the worst class of the revolutionary soldiers, released from prison and supplied with arms, saw nothing attractive in the idea of returning to calm and peaceful, honest lives. They preferred to become bandits and continue a career of plunder and destruction. Many who had been prisoners feared that if they appeared with arms to receive their payments, their old crimes would be remembered, and they would be again thrown into jail. Many honest patriots willingly came in, surrendered arms, and received their payments. Many others, less patriotic, failed to do so. It was realized that, all over the Republic, banditry was on the increase and that thousands of desperate individuals were at large. Banditry. Not only were such individuals a menace, there were whole bands of forces who had taken part in the revolution, who refused to give up arms and preferred to remain as organized bodies in open banditry. The most notable of these bands of recalcitrants was headed by Emiliano Zapata in Morelos. Local outbreaks. With the iron hand of the old regime lifted, and with so many difficulties facing the interim government, there were new outbreaks of trouble in many parts of the Republic. Most of those stood in no actual relation to the past revolution. They were local troubles with the local leaders and frequently representing long-standing feuds. Thus, in Sinaloa, there were outbreaks. The Yaqui Indians threatened trouble. In Chiapas, the so-called War of Caste broke out, with all the horrors of a trouble of its kind. These are but a few, though perhaps the most significant, of such local outbreaks, which had largely to be overlooked by the temporary government in Mexico. Demands of foreign governments. Serious demands were being pressed by 3 foreign governments on account of the murder of nationals. At Torreon, when the Madero forces seized the city, 200 or more Chinese were massacred. Naturally, the Chinese government made strong representations to the new government in the matter. In the state of Puebla, there was a cotton factory with the name of La Covadonga. Many of its employees were Spaniards. There has always been a hostile feeling on the part of the poorer and less reputable of Mexicans against people of Spanish blood. A band of bandits belonging to Zapata's group attacked this factory, and as the Spanish employees attempted to defend it against attack, a battle took place in which a number of Spaniards were killed. The Zapatists entered the factory and looted it completely. They killed a number of the workers and frightfully mutilated them. Inflamed by the savagery already practiced, they went from the factory to some houses nearby, where German families lived, the men of which were in the employ of the Covadonga Company. These Germans had in no way opposed the attack of the bandits, nor engaged in defending the factory. Notwithstanding this, the bandits entered the houses, ravished the women, and killed all, both men and women. These outrages by Zapata's bandits had aroused the governments of Germany and Spain, who were pressing the interim government for settlement. Break between Madero and Vasquez Gomez. The Madero Revolution was fought in support of the plan of San Luis Potosi. When peace was finally arranged, there were many things in the treaty which were not in harmony with the details of the plan. Thus, the plan had promised an immediate change of all employees, everyone connected with the Diaz government being hurled from office. It was impossible, however, in accordance with the terms of the agreement made at Juarez, to carry out this promise. The plan of San Luis Potosi had pledged that a legal judgment should be secured regarding the acts of the past administration, and that the officials of Diaz would be held to strict responsibility for maladministration. The terms of peace arranged provided for no such judgment. The plan promised that the great landed properties of Mexico would be divided into parcels, and that little properties would be assigned to individuals. It was recognized now that such a thing was quite impossible. Naturally, the failure to keep the promises made in the plan, upon which the revolution was based, led to wide criticism and dissatisfaction. There were many of the prominent aides of Madero who were offended. Among these was Emilio Vasquez Gomez. He had been, according to many, the brains of the Madero Revolution. He was now the minister of the most important department in De la Barra's government. He was totally opposed to the present state of affairs. He insisted on the literal fulfillment of the plan of San Luis Potosi. He was in favor, if need be, of renewing the revolution in order that the literal promises might be fulfilled. Between him and Madero, there grew up strong hostility. Socialist Republic in Lower California. A serious difficulty arose in Lower California. Two brothers, Flores Magón, had long been agitating against conditions in Mexico. They had criticized the old Diaz regime, refugees in the United States. They had made Los Angeles headquarters and had conducted a paper named Regeneración. Through it, they had aroused considerable hostility toward the great dictator. They had been implicated in the movement of 1806 against the Diaz power. At times, they had been persecuted by our government in accordance with the suggestions of the Diaz administration. At one time, the editor of Regeneración had been imprisoned, and an agitation in his behalf was waged by some Americans, and on account of petitions in his favor, he was released. During the revolution, the Flores Magón had been somewhat active. Now that the revolution was past, it was discovered that they were interested in a plan to set up a socialistic republic in Lower California. The peninsula of Lower California is and will be a considerable problem for Mexico. It is a part of the national territory, but it is separated by water from the rest of the republic and is connected with only an artificial boundary line with the United States. It is a desert, rocks, stones, sagebrush, and cactus. It has a scant population and only 1 or 2 settlements of any consequence. In the Mexican Republic, it forms not a state, but a territory, with its capital at the little city of La Paz. There is no question that the peninsula has wealth and that it may sometime develop into importance. More than once it has been seriously suggested that we should in some way acquire it, if not by purchase, by filibuster. The establishment of a socialistic republic under dissatisfied Mexicans in Lower California was a far more serious threat to the integrity of national territory than might at first have appeared. The Flores Magón socialism was pronounced doctrine. The existence of social classes was immoral. Wealth should be equally divided. The necessities of life should be within the reach of all, and equally. There should be no masters, no employees. In this time of public distraction, the moment seemed favorable for the setting up of a new experiment. An invasion of the peninsula was made, and the settlers already there were driven from their homes, and ruin and destruction were unchecked. The forces at the disposition of the Flores Magón were undisciplined, and among them were many foreigners, largely Americans. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, De la Barra sent federal forces into the peninsula, and on June 22nd at Tijuana, Near the line of the United States, an actual battle took place in which the soldiers were led by an American named Mosby. It was really a battle, and a number of dead and wounded were left upon the field. The federal forces gained the day, and the refugees fled to the United States, where they were held by the American troops. Before the battle, the Socialistic Republic had appealed to the United States to have a protectorate established by our country. Labor troubles. The administration of De la Barra was marked by a veritable epidemic of labor strikes. It began with a serious strike by the employees of the electric company of the capital city. This is an enterprise under foreign management, employing hundreds of men in electric railways and lighting plants. The employees struck for shorter hours and higher pay. Their cause was just, and popular sympathy was strongly with them. The strike continued through several days, and before it ended, the mob, not the workmen, became violent. Attacks were made upon the electric cars. Stones were thrown, damage done. Finally, the police were obliged to take vigorous action, and the crowd was fired on. Some 18 or 20 persons were wounded. Some were killed. This strike was followed by many others. Paper makers, bakers, seamstresses, matchmakers, one after another went on a strike. All of them made demonstrations. Day by day, the streets were occupied by processions. The workers demanded work, better pay, shorter hours. There was an army of unemployed. The government, to prevent acts of lawlessness, decided to undertake public works in order that all who wanted employment might find an opportunity. Thousands of people were thus employed, and the serious situation relieved. Trouble in Puebla. It was natural to expect that those who had been in power would be loath to relinquish it. In many states, cities, and municipalities, the old leaders tried to maintain themselves in positions of importance under the new regime. This was certain to lead to many and serious difficulties. In places where the revolution had been hailed as likely to bring about a release from petty tyranny, it was hard to see the old conditions perpetuated. It was true also that in many places, strong feeling had arisen between the federal forces and the soldiers of the revolution. It was to be expected that, at times, quarrels would arise between these forces. Such difficulties actually took place in many places. The most serious of them were those at Jalapa, Guadalajara, and Puebla. The latter is of special interest. In July, there were considerable numbers of revolutionary soldiers in that city. At night, on the 12th of that month, a carriage containing several persons drove past the quarters in which these soldiers were lodged, and as it passed, several shots were discharged at the building. The Maderists, thinking that these shots had been fired at them by federal soldiers, got up, swarmed upon the roofs of the quarters, and rushed out into the streets, firing at their supposed attackers. The soldiers of the federal force repelled the attack, and then in turn assaulted the building which served the Maderists as headquarters, and a frightful butchery took place, which continued for many hours and which finally forced the revolutionary soldiers, who had scant means of defense, to leave the city and take refuge on the hill of San Juan. As soon as De la Barra was informed of the occurrence, he issued orders to the federal forces that they should not pursue the revolutionary soldiers, nor fire upon them unless they themselves were again attacked. At the same time, he did everything in his power to calm the excitement of the Maderist soldiers. Francisco I. Madero himself, it is said, hurried to the scene to quiet conditions. It is believed that the original shots fired at the cartel, in which the Maderists were lodged, were fired by the sons of ex-governor Murcio P. Martinez. Zapatism. Throughout the period of the interim government, serious acts of banditry were being practiced under the leadership of Emiliano Zapata. Repeated efforts were made to disarm his forces, but without result. The whole matter of Zapatism however, is too important to be treated as subordinate and will be taken up in another chapter. The fall elections. As the time of the election neared, intense interest arose. There had been serious difficulty within the anti-re-election ranks. Francisco I. Madero had organized a new party under the title of Partido Constitucional Progresista. His former friend and advisor, Emilio Vasquez Gomez, headed the liberal anti-re-electionists who adhered literally to the plan of San Luis Potosi, very quietly, so much so that it may almost be said secretly. They had grown up almost a new party under the name of Partido Católico Nacional. It was the re-entering of the church into active politics, while composed of a conservative element and numbering many excellent adherents. The appearance of this party, based on religious lines, contains a threat of serious danger for the future of the Republic. There were other lesser parties, but these three were those that figured conspicuously. Of course, Francisco I. Madero was the chief presidential candidate. E. Vasquez Gomez was running independently, being supported by the liberal anti-re-election element. Notwithstanding the pledges he gave on his return to Mexico, General Bernardo Reyes had entered the political arena and announced himself as candidate for the high office. It was, however, fully realized that the only serious candidate for president was Madero. It was far different with the office of vice president. Here, there was a real question. The original plan of the successful revolution was to place before the public a ticket on which Madero should be candidate for president and Francisco Vasquez Gomez for vice president. The difficulties which had arisen, however, between Madero and the brother of his running mate led to the desire on the part of the revolutionary hero to have another candidate associated with him. Through his influence, Jose Maria Pino Suarez was the candidate recommended by the Constitutional Progressive Party. Two other candidates were in the field, F. Iglesias Calderon and Alfredo Robles Dominguez. The Catholic National Party also was firmly backing De la Barra as candidate for vice president. He repeatedly refused to accept the nomination, but they persisted in their efforts. Before election time, Iglesias Calderon and Robles Dominguez had dropped out, leaving the contest to be fought between Francisco Vasquez Gomez and Pino Suarez. Reyes in his campaign. General Reyes had been conducting his campaign with some activity. On September 3rd, a manifestation had been organized by his partisans in honor of his candidacy. As the procession was passing through the streets, the crowd showed signs of anger. When General Reyes himself appeared to address his people, the popular fury broke loose, and an attack was made which forced the candidate to seek refuge in a neighboring house. Appearing upon a balcony, he attempted to address the crowd for the purpose of calming it, but had scarcely begun his speech when cries of disapproval drowned his voice and stones were thrown. The police were obliged to interfere in the disturbance. As soon as President de la Barra heard of the occurrence, he expressed to General Reyes his regret at what had happened and stated his desire to fully protect him in all his rights, even to the extent of calling out the public force if necessary. A few days before the primary election, General Reyes and Vasquez Gomez demanded that the election should be postponed until a later date. Madero, who was at the moment in Yucatan, telegraphed to Congress, urging that no postponement be permitted. He claimed, and undoubtedly with justice, that nothing could be gained by prolonging the period of uncertainty, and that the sooner a legally conducted election took place, the better for the country for the bringing about of permanent peace. About this time, General Reyes left the country, and from Veracruz sent telegrams to the leaders of his party and to President de la Barra, and that to the latter he stated that he was leaving in order to avoid the vexations and bitter discussions being forced upon him by the Maderists, since the government had not known or cared to give sufficient guarantees either to himself or to his partisans. To this querulous complaint, Barra made a dignified response, sending his telegram to General Reyes at Havana, Cuba. In it, he stated that he was certain that the government conduct had not influenced him to the action he had taken, since it had furnished him all proper guarantees. A proper investigation had been made to discover the persons guilty of the manifestations made against him, as steps had been taken for his protection, that intervention had been personally made by himself to prevent difficulties of all kinds. It was quite generally suspected, as proved to be the case, that General Reyes was plotting a new revolution, and that he absented himself from the country in order to make preparations for it. Results of the election. The election set for October 1st took place as planned. It passed off with little or no disturbance. 120,000 votes were cast in the city of Mexico, something which had never before had happened. On the whole, it was undoubtedly the nearest approach to what could be called a fair election that Mexico had ever seen. It was not a direct vote for the candidates, but for electors. When later on, the electors on November 2nd cast their ballots, the results were as follows. Francisco I. Madero, 19,997. Francisco L. de la Barra, 87. Emilio Vasquez Gomez, 16. Scattering, 45. As will be seen, more than 99% of the total votes cast were for President Madero. The vote for Vice President was as follows. Jose Maria Pino Suarez, 10,245. Francisco L. de la Barra, 5,564. Francisco Vasquez Gomez, 3,373. F. Iglesia Calderon, 173. Scattering, 51. It will be seen that Pino Suarez received a little more than the total of all the votes cast for other candidates. Attitude of the Army. It will be appreciated that there was a certain danger from the Army after the Madero Revolution. It had been defeated in the field. Its sympathies had been entirely with the old regime. It would look naturally with suspicion and dislike upon the victorious leader. During the interim presidency, de la Barra was careful to conciliate it and its leaders. Several times on public occasions he had taken pains to compliment and praise it. On one occasion, when the generals and officers of the army gave a banquet in his honor, in the speech he made them, he said, "Gentlemen, with the profoundest emotion and with the sincerest expression of my thanks for the high honor which I have received, I ask you to raise your cups for our fatherland, each day more loved, and for the army, each day more worthy of our respect, of our affection, of our admiration, for the national army, which ever waits with splendid serenity the moment of test, which is for it the moment of glory, as the mold waits for the melted bronze, which immortalizes, transmitting to future generations the grand, the beautiful, and the good." On a later occasion, when he was leaving his position as President Interim, he spoke to the army as follows. "I shall carry with me," he said to them, "many sorrows, many bitter memories and disappointments, but I shall also carry a deep satisfaction, and that is that the loyal, honorable, and valiant army is the strongest guarantee for governments legally constituted. The absolute confidence which the executive reposed in the army was responded to by it with the completest and most honorable loyalty. It was surely wise for the President Interim to adopt this kindly, appreciative, and conciliatory attitude to the military forces of the government. It must, however, be remembered that there were actually no causes of ill feeling between the army and de la Barra. He had not been connected with the revolution. He represented the old regime. He in himself aroused a sentiment of sympathy as the last surviving representative of the conditions that had ended. Diego Barra was in power from May 26 to November 7th, a period of about 5 months and a half. When he came to power, it is claimed that there was a reserve of 60,400,000 pesos in the national treasury. When he left office, this reserve had diminished to 48 million pesos. This was to be expected. The country was passing through a difficult and trying period of readjustment. Many claims demanded settlement. Many difficulties calling for large expenditures presented themselves. On the whole, De la Barra's administration was a remarkable achievement. It was a difficult position which he had to fill. It was impossible for him to have a definite policy to be developed. The period of time with which he had to operate was brief. In the nature of things, it was impossible for him to deal with things with a free hand. Every act of importance was subject to advice, revision, interference by Madero, and unquestionably there were many occasions when the forbearance of both men was seriously tested. That he left office with general respect was greatly to his credit. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doug Fajardo. Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war by Frederick Starr. Francisco I. Madero. Under the new regime. A chance for optimism. The complaints against Madero. Counter-revolution. Orozco. Reyes. Vázquez Gomez. Feliz Diaz. Zapata. The President's Confidence. Personal business took me to the city of Mexico in December 1912. At that time, Francisco I. Madero had been in power something over a year. It was possible to judge both his honesty and his ability as the chief official of the country. He was much in evidence. He appeared in public on every possible occasion. The first time that I saw him, he opened a congress of scientific workers brought together from all parts of the republic. His address on that occasion was commonplace. A small man, with nothing of the presence or dignity which marked Porfirio Diaz, dressed in a common business suit, with a harsh and unpleasant voice, and a quick, nervous manner. The impression he produced was not entirely agreeable. One could feel that he was a man in earnest, that he meant well, that he desired to do his duty. But one also felt he was consciously and intentionally posing. Rarely does a man give so much the impression that he is thinking that he is the cynosure of all eyes, the center around which all revolves. Under the regime, conditions in the city were certainly unlike anything before seen in a generation. The streets were everywhere torn up. There was the appearance of improvements begun. Nowhere was there evidence of improvements carried through to the end. Nothing seemed settled. The impression given was that more was undertaken than could possibly be completed. Disorder prevailed. Every day during my stay, I bought and read 9 daily papers. Only 2 of them were favorable to the government. The rest were hostile in various degrees, and the frankness and virulence of their hostility was unprecedented in Mexico. During the 20 years, almost, in which I had been visiting the country, I had seen nothing like it. The president was mentioned in abusive terms. He was accused of every undesirable quality. His acts were criticized with bitterness. What he did was wrong. His sins of non-commission were even worse. The opposition was almost unanimous in its insistent demand that he withdraw from office. This demand was reiterated from day to day. Some journals, indeed, presented an alternative and demanded that, if he did not himself resign, he should force withdrawal from office upon his brother, Gustavo Madero, and the vice president, Pino Suarez. The meetings of Congress were lively. Never before, perhaps, in the history of the Republic had they been the scene of such disorder. Members spoke out freely. They had ideas and voiced them. Naturally, there were two groups in Congress: those who upheld the government and those who assailed it. But within both groups there was division, and every man was ready to set forth his own ideas. Members called each other names, indulged in personalities, came to personal contests. The galleries had to be cleared, and threats were made of closure. The opposition was outspoken in its criticism. Madero was accused of breaking all of his promises, of indulging in flagrant nepotism, of stealing from the nation, of driving the republic into bankruptcy, of plotting and preparing for a new, continued dictatorship. A chance for optimism. Many of my friends, residents of Mexico for years, shook their heads doubtfully and longed for the old days of Porfirio Diaz. For my part, conditions seemed to me encouraging. The opposition press was virulent, unjust, brutal, but an opposition press is necessary in any democracy. No doubt it went to an extreme, and, as unbridled, became a danger. Perhaps a curb was necessary, and a new law was pending at the time regarding the liberty of the press. A law, by the way, which was not without bad features. Such a condition as then existed would have been impossible at any time during the dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz. Never, for many years, had the press dared to speak as it now spoke. Had Diaz still been in power, the situation would have demanded the jailing of a score of editors and writers. As for Congress, everyone knows what it had been for many years. No laws were passed except those which emanated from the government. Bills were prepared and submitted for unanimous approval. In those days, there was no calling of abusive names, no quarreling, no personal attacks, no fighting. All was calm and peaceful, with the calmness of stagnation and the peacefulness of death. Sometimes the deputies did not even take the trouble to go to the meeting hall. From their homes, they telephoned their votes approving the governmental measures. Remembering the old conditions, these new ones were encouraging. They might contain an element of danger, but they were wholesome signs. The complaints against Madero. There were no doubt causes for complaint, just causes. Among the criticisms of the president, which were heard on every hand, were such as these. First, he had not destroyed the old regime, root and branch. He had promised to do so. When the time came to carry out his promise, he found it difficult and inexpedient.
It was not altogether easy to fill all offices with new men, responsible and competent. More than that, when he was once in power, he found himself necessarily in contact with many men before in office who, by toadying or readjustment, seemed to harmonize with the plans and to be ready to carry out his principles. Great numbers of unfit representatives of the old power remained in office or had a word in the direction of affairs. To the more radical of his followers, this was unsatisfactory. Second, he had not kept his promises in reference to a complete investigation and overhauling of the financial affairs of the old administration. In the plan of San Luis Potosi, he had definitely promised that, as soon as the revolution triumphed, commissions of investigation would be formed for determining the responsibilities which the functionaries of the confederacies, the cities, and municipalities had incurred. Once in power, that promise was entirely forgotten, and no serious effort was made to fix the responsibility or to recover damages. Third, in the same famous document, Madero had said, quote, "By taking advantage of the law of public uncultivated lands, numerous small proprietors, for the most part indigenes, have been despoiled of their property, either by the approval of the Secretary of Fomento or by decisions of the tribunals of the Republic. It being the part of justice to restore to their ancient possessors the lands of which they had been despoiled in a mode so arbitrary, such dispositions and judgments are declared to be subject to revision, and it will be demanded of those who have acquired them in a mode so immoral, or from their heirs, that they should restore them to their primitive owners, to whom also they will pay an indemnity for the losses suffered. Only in the cases where such lands have passed to a third party before the promulgation of this plan, the ancient proprietors will receive indemnification from those in whose benefit the spoliation took place." This was one of the powerful influences which had helped him in his revolution. The fact that he had promised to the dispossessed the return of their little properties had been a mighty factor in his favor. It was easy for the leader of a revolution to make such promises. It was difficult for a man at the head of the government to keep them. Fourth, it is probable that the election of Madero was honest. It was more nearly a genuine election than Mexico had known for many years. But if his own election was honest, the same could not be said for that of Vice President Pino Suarez. To secure the election of his friend and helper in the revolution, Madero lent himself to the same unscrupulous methods of which he had complained so bitterly under the old regime. Fifth, one of the chief complaints against Porfirio Diaz was that he held unfit, unpopular, and wicked men in office, simply because they were devoted to his personal interests or could be depended upon, on account of their own interests, to support him at every cost. No one had more loudly complained of this condition than Madero. Yet, once in power, he forced unpopular officials upon the public simply because they were his friends or relatives. Pino Suarez had no claim to be made governor of Yucatan, a post of special difficulty and delicacy. Nor was he the man for vice president of the republic. Nor was it wise to use his own personal family largely in public life.
A brother and an uncle in the cabinet was too large a representation. Ernesto, his uncle, was a man of considerable ability, and perhaps fitted for the office under another president. Gustavo Madero was a dangerous man. He had no ideals. He was shrewd and interested only in gaining wealth and power. It is probable that he despised Francisco's theories and had contempt for his ideals. Anyway, he was a bad advisor and a malign influence. He and Pino Suarez were bosom friends, and together did much to change the policies of the president and to prevent his carrying out his pledges. Sixth, money had been squandered. The treasury was empty. The nation faced bankruptcy. Worse, the Secretary of the Treasury, Ernesto Madero, was arbitrary in his rendering of accounts. He claimed the right to disburse large sums of money without a statement as to the purpose of expenditure. The money which the family claimed to have expended in the conduct of the revolution had been reimbursed. The very respectable sum of 700,000 pesos was entered as a single item without a word as to its destination. Here, indeed, was opportunity for suspicion, and it was claimed by many that this large sum was the return of loans from American interests who had advanced aid to the revolution. Seventh, under the influence of Gustavo Madero and Pino Suarez, it was claimed that the idealist, the Democrat, was tending toward an autocracy as arbitrary as that of the old dictator. Eighth, doubt was felt as to the sincerity of Madero in the matter of re-election. Whether he still held the principle or not, it is doubtful whether Gustavo looked forward to retirement to private life when the period for which President Madero had been elected should terminate. This doubt was increased by the fact that the president had already broken pledges made in the plan of San Luis Potosi. If he had not destroyed the old regime, if he had not investigated their financial record, if he had not taken steps to restore the properties to the little dispossessed landowners, what reason was there to believe that he would hold to the motto of his revolution: effective suffrage and no re-election? These were but a part of the just causes of complaint so violently urged in the opposition press and on the floors of Congress. They, and all others, practically reduced themselves to three general objections or criticisms. Madero had made promises which had not been kept. He had retained Huerta and Blanquet and many others of the old regime in power against his pledge and against the advice of his more prudent counselors. With insistency, he held Pino Suarez and Gustavo in position against violent hostility of the thinking people of the country. Counter-revolution. At that time, President Madero had faced almost constant revolution from the hour of ascension to power. To most people, these outbreaks seemed purposeless, without significance. 5 of them had taken place. Each had a perfectly distinct character and cause. Orozco. Orozco was a muleteer, an arriero, in the mining region of Chihuahua. He was a man of little education and no experience. He had given no special attention to politics or public questions. Personal and petty spite seems to have led him to join Madero's revolution. He became one of Madero's chief lieutenants, was named a general. Even during the progress of the revolution, he and his leader had squabbles. Shortly after the Diaz downfall, Orozco again entered the scene as a revolutionary leader. His significance was simple. There was no question to whence his backing came. The wealthy interests which, in Chihuahua and in northern Mexico generally, fattened under General Diaz, the Creole Terres, and American mining interests, backed him. It was the attempt of the old power to return. Reyes. When Bernardo Reyes failed to make a showing at the election by which Madero became president, he began to plot against the new regime. Some believed that he retained something of his old prestige and popularity. He took himself seriously and thought he could count upon the army and an independent following. His revolution, launched November 16, came to a miserable end at Christmas. His attempt represented little. Insofar as it represented anything, it was the effort of the Cientificos to regain position. Vázquez Gómez. On February 1st, 1812, Emilio Vázquez Gómez launched his revolution at El Paso, Texas. Embittered against his one-time friend and leader, he demanded Madero's renunciation and announced himself provisional president. He expected the aid of Orozco, who, however, failed him, and his attempt was a complete fiasco. Felix Diaz. On October 16, in the city of Veracruz, Felix Diaz launched a revolution. He had been a general in the Federal Army, but his commission had been resigned. With pride, he announced that he had captured that important city without the firing of a gun. He proclaimed that what the nation needed was an immediate and permanent peace. He named himself provisional president of the Republic and announced that, as soon as victory was secured, he would order a new election and give way to a constitutional ruler. 9 days later, on October 25th, his revolution ended disastrously, and General Diaz was himself a prisoner at the hands of the government forces. He was tried by a court-martial, sentenced to be shot, and escaped only through the personal intervention of President Madero. He was in prison for a time in San Juan Ula, but was transferred to the city prison in Mexico. Zapata. Most picturesque, and indeed most mysterious, of the revolutionary leaders with whom Madero had to deal was the red-handed Zapata. He is a bandit, without education, training, or position. Personal difficulties with petty local officials made him a leader of a band. He may have had good reason for his bitterness. He aided Madero's effort. When the revolution ended, he was called upon, as were the other revolutionary leaders, to disarm his men and send them home. He named the sum necessary for the purpose, and it was sent to him by the provisional government. He accepted it, but did not disband his forces. A second time he was appealed to. A second time he set his price, received his money, and remained with his men in open banditry. Curiously enough, the performance was repeated a third time, but Zapata still remained in the field with his wild soldiers, looting and destroying. His escapes were so curious, his deeds of daring, and his abstinence from actually attacking the capital city so strange, that many people believe that Madero did not wish Zapata to disarm his bandits, but secretly maintained them in the belief that he might need their assistance. The President's Confidence. The last day of my visit, I had an interview with President Madero. He received us in a corridor at the castle of Chapultepec. A small table with some documents upon it was placed before his chair. He was dressed in a simple business suit and wore a cap which he removed and placed upon the table as he received us. He spoke English well, but always loudly, rapidly, and with oratorical effect, as if addressing a multitude of people. I told him I had read his book upon the presidential succession with interest, and asked whether his views were still the same as when he wrote it. He replied that, for the most part, he still held the same views, but he did not feel his people were as competent to take an active part in the government as he had thought. After talking over various matters of policy, among them the new law regarding the freedom of the press, I asked the President whether he expected to finish his term of office or whether he would withdraw. He replied that he expected to complete his term. I remarked, "But, Mr. President, there will be great difficulties in the way of your doing so. There are many thousands who demand your retirement." With much earnestness, he answered, "Sir, I have met difficulties before now, many of them. I must expect to meet great difficulties in the future, but I shall surely serve my term of office through." End of section 25.
Section 26 of Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. Held up to ridicule. A simple picture often conveys thought more than an elaborate discussion. A good cartoon is better than an epigram. McCutcheon speaks more forcibly and to a greater audience than Keeley. Sometimes one gains a clearer idea of a political crisis by studying the caricatures of the day than by reading the political arguments. The Mexicans are quick to learn through cartoons. Throughout the history of the nation, at every time of crisis, the cartoon has been used with great effect. In Madero's case, it proved exceptionally effective. While in the press, he was mentioned and referred to in the most insulting terms. In the cartoons, he was treated with keen and terrible ridicule. In writing, he was called the orang, the imbecile, the pygmy, the neurotic. He was actually an epileptic. In the pictures, he was represented as a pygmy, a child at play. In the beginning, indeed, he was represented as an ordinary man, but as time went on, the picture of him was that of a smaller and smaller, insignificant being. Among the cartoons which told the story of his administration were many which appeared in multicolor. It is worth examining some of them. He falls upright. In one, a street vendor with tumbling toys is represented. He is a common sight in Mexico. As he walks along the street, he throws little weighted figures which he has for sale on the sidewalk, where they immediately right themselves as they fall. In the cartoon, such a vendor is shown throwing figures upon the pavement. The legend below says, "He who always falls upright." The little figures bear Madero's face. It is true that Madero was often lucky. He many times fell right side up. The common people had a sort of superstition in the matter. As he said himself, quote, "I have met many difficulties, sir," end quote. He felt certain that he would emerge from many more. It was the credulity or superstition of the epileptic. With Huerta, a gigantic soldier is represented, his shirt flap marked VH, Victoriano Huerta, and a little man grasping his sword. At the time, Huerta, operating against the bandits in rebellion, was constantly reporting brilliant governmental victories. Sometimes, no doubt, he was gaining them. In the picture, the little man is represented as saying, "We are triumphing, are we not?" Even at this time, the childlike dependence upon the military leader was commented on. but the meaning of the cartoon is to emphasize the insignificance of the nominal power as contrasted with the actual. Warehoused goods. One of the saddest, because the truest, of the cartoons is entitled En la bodega, in the warehouse. The little man and an employee are in a storeroom where sacks of stuff are heaped up in great quantities. He inquires of the employee, "How about these goods?" The answer is, "These goods are what we have not been able to dispose of." But the goods which had not been disposed of, with which nothing had been done, and which were left heaped up in the warehouse, were marked individual guarantees, responsibilities of officials, redistribution of lands, effective suffrage, independence of governmental powers, executive, judicial, legislative, and liberty of the press. These were goods which Madero had failed to deliver. The complaint was bitter that he had not kept his promises. Copying. Madero was always complaining of the Diaz methods. The dictator's cruel and illegal assumptions of power were the constant theme of his complaints. Yet once in power, he used the hated and discredited dictatorial methods. In the cartoon, a teacher, looking down upon the little boy Blue drawing a picture, inquires, "What are you doing, boy?" The little boy answers, "I am copying." The picture he is copying is a portrait of Porfirio Diaz set up before him. The Empty Chest. Another cartoon labeled Ascoltando deals not with the president but with Ernesto Madero, Secretary of the Treasury and uncle of the president. It represents a doctor making a physical examination of that personage. Feeling the hollowing curves of the armpits of his patient, he asks, "What is the matter here in the curves?" The patient answers, "Nothing, absolutely nothing." This needs a few words of explanation. Que tiene ud may be translated, "What is the matter?" but it also means, "What have you?" Las arcas means the cavities of the body under the ribs, but it also means chest, coffer, vaults. So the innocent question of the doctor, "What is the matter here in your chest?" and his patient's reply become, "What have you in the treasury?" Nothing, absolutely nothing. The picture has reference to the rapid depletion of the treasury under Don Ernesto's control. A desperate measure. As difficulties had gathered around him, President Madero felt himself driven to suspend the constitutional guarantees. This is a measure which always indicates a desperate condition. It should be resorted to only when all other procedures are impossible. I was in Mexico when Porfirio Diaz announced the suspension of the constitutional guarantees, and well remember the prodigious effect produced upon the minds of all. Within the next few hours, thousands who before had been non-partisan openly adopted the cause of the insurrection. In a cartoon bearing the title Enseñanza, instruction, teaching, the artist represented a little man accompanied by an aged teacher. They are looking into a mirror in which is reflected the dim figure of Porfirio Diaz. Upon the frames of the mirror are the legends, "He suspended the guarantees in the month of April. He fell from power in the month of May." This was prophetic. Threatening volcanoes. The topography of the Valley of Mexico is utilized to teach its lesson under the title of Geología, geology. A cartoon presents a little hill upon which a pygmy sits. Surrounding it are larger hills, from each of which a face looks out. Below is the legend, "The hill of the grasshopper, Chapultepec, is a hill of rock surrounded by dangerous volcanoes." Chapultepec, Aztec meaning the hill of the grasshopper, rises from the level valley of Mexico, which is bordered round about by a circle of mountains. The dangerous surroundings of the president were his cabinet members, some of them plotters against him, others heavy burdens on account of their unpopularity. A dangerous outbreak might be expected at any time on account of any one of them. A useless pine. A little gardener is represented holding a small pine tree in his hand. He asks of his employer, "Where shall I put this pine tree?" The employer answers, "Set it out in the street." The play here is on the word pino. This means pine tree, but the pino here intended is Pino Suarez. The demand on the part of President Madero's employer, the Mexican people, was loud and vigorous to throw the unpopular vice president overboard. Breaking the piñata. The last of these pictures to which we shall call attention is entitled Piñata Política, the political piñata. At Christmas time, the Mexicans have the custom of suspending a jar full of nuts, candies, and fruits at a good height in the patio of their house or in their social room. Such a jar is called a piñata and is usually concealed by paper trimmings so as to look like a human figure, a flower, a boat, or other fancied forms. The guests, mostly children or young people, assemble and are supplied with sticks. Blindfolded, they try to strike the piñata, breaking it and scattering the contents on the floor, where they are scrambled after by the guests. Of course, the piñata must not be swung so high as to be out of reach. In the picture, a piñata is being swung. The lady of the house, who represents the people, is directing the raising of the piñata by a soldier policeman, Huerta, and says to him, "If you keep on raising it, no one will be able to break it." 5 children with clubs are waiting their chance to hit at the piñata, which has been raised almost beyond reach. The woman is public opinion, the soldier policeman the army, represented in General Huerta, its head. The piñata is Madero. The children with clubs are the leaders of the 5 revolutions, Orozco, Reyes, Zapata, Vasquez Gomez, and Felix Diaz. Public opinion warns Huerta that he should be careful, that if he too skillfully protected the president, none of the revolutions could hope to break his power. The very essence of cartoons is criticism and partisanship. Both are shown undoubtedly in those which we have described. Still, every cartoon must appeal to commonly recognized facts, or to ideas the force of which is generally admitted. There is more instruction in regard to the mistakes of Madero to be drawn from an inspection of these pictures than from a long-drawn argument. End of section 26. Section 27 of Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. Pascual Orozco. The revolutionary struggle in Mexico brought many new and unknown men into prominence. Among them, few have gained more notoriety than Pascual Orozco. He had been a simple arriero in the state of Chihuahua, bringing in metal and ore from the mining districts for shipment. He joined Madero's movement on October 15, 1810, when he sought Abraham Gonzalez, at that time active in organizing the interests of the threatening revolution. It does not seem that the new recruit was impelled by any deep-seated principles of politics, nor by enmity toward President Diaz. The true motives that led him to join the revolution seem to have been desire for gain and a deep-seated hostility to a rival arriero, Joaquin Chavez, who was aided and favored by the Creole interests. Whatever influences acted to drive Orozco into revolution, he was actually one of the first leaders in the field. With 17 men armed with rifles, he was in the uprising of November 20. He proved to be an aggressive leader and had soon been in a number of battles. In some of these there had been heavy loss on the part of the insurrectos, and Orozco gained the reputation of a veteran soldier. He was conspicuous in the first actual victory of the struggle, the seizure of Ciudad Guerrero. He also displayed marked bravery in the 2 or 3 next notable successes of the insurgents. The American reporters who were in the field with Madero's forces did much to make Orozco famous. Summerfield of the Associated Press said at one time, quote, "Madero believed in him as in Providence itself, coming to look upon him not only as his own right arm, but as the right arm of the revolution." End quote. Relations between Madero and Orozco. When on March 8, 1911, he was asked what grade Orozco held in his army, Madero is said to have replied, quote, "Colonel, only colonel, but I shall make him general as soon as I have taken Ciudad Juarez." End quote. Curiously enough, while Orozco had actually deserved credit in a number of actions before this date, he did not distinguish himself again during the course of the revolution until the Battle of Ciudad Juarez. In February, Orozco had advanced against Ciudad Juarez. Before he had, however, made an actual attack, he was ordered to hurry to Casas Grandes to join Madero in his attack upon that city. Unfortunately, Madero did not await his coming. The battle was fought and lost. It was one of the severest reverses in the course of the whole revolution. It was one of the very few occasions when Francisco I. Madero himself led the forces. After the defeat at Casas Grandes, the revolutionary forces were moved toward the capital city, Chihuahua, where for some time they tarried but did not capture it. Finally, the Revolutionary Army made its way toward Ciudad Juarez, which was invested. Operations were for a time interrupted by the negotiations looking toward peace, but finally the city fell into the hands of the revolutionists and the armed struggle came to an end. Lack of discipline, mutiny. While at times he showed bravery in the field and gained considerable reputation as a soldier and a leader, Orozco was badly disciplined. There was often difference of opinion between himself and Madero, and it is claimed that on May 13, during the period when terms of peace were being considered, he led a mutiny. This was widely reported at the time in the newspapers. Exactly what took place has been disputed. The report published in the El Paso Herald is as follows, quote, "Lack of funds and practically lack of food determined Orozco and his companions to rebel, discontented with the manner in which Madero, the provisional president, had conducted himself after the bitter battle of Juarez, naming ministers with whom, they say, he consulted political questions by preference to his military chiefs, and for his evident neglect of all the actual necessities of his troops." At about 9:30 this morning, Pascual Orozco brought together 100 of his soldiers, all well armed and mounted, and directed himself to the headquarters of the provisional president. There he demanded of Madero money for his men who had not been paid, and food for their empty stomachs. Madero was not able to satisfy the demand. He explained that it would be impossible at that moment, but that afterwards some arrangement would be made for meeting the necessities of the people. Orozco replied that the insurrectos had suffered for much time and that Madero and his ministers had shown themselves incompetent. After this he declared Madero arrested. Outside, the soldiers of Orozco were drawn up in line, waiting with anxiety the result of the interview between Orozco and the provisional president. Madero went to the door and begged the soldiers to aid him in that crisis, explaining as he had done without result to Orozco that their needs would be attended to within brief space of time, but his requests were not listened to. "Viva Orozco" was the cry which issued from the files of soldiers, and Madero returned to his office, followed by his general. The discussion continued. Orozco demanded the immediate deposition of the whole cabinet of Madero, saying with contempt that the ministers were incompetent, and demanded that in the future Madero should give more attention to the immediate necessities of his soldiers. Madero submitted to these demands. He and his general embraced each other, and the incipient rebellion concluded with the understanding that the cabinet should cease to exist and that the troops should be better cared for in the future." End quote. How much of this story of mutiny is true is uncertain, but that Orozco was treacherous and unreliable does not admit of question. During the time that the peace commissioners sent by the Diaz government treated with Madero, Orozco repeatedly went to them privately and discussed the condition of affairs, especially with Toribio Esquivel Obregón. A popular hero. With the success of the revolution and the return of Pascual Orozco to Chihuahua, he became a popular hero. He who had been nothing was now treated with the utmost distinction. Quote, "All the world acclaimed him. They waited breathless to hear him speak even a word." End quote. The favorite pictures of the popular leader at this time represented him as a very common-looking, low-grade mestizo. Dr. Ramon Puente, who wrote a book about Pascual Orozco, but who greatly disliked him, describes his personal appearance as follows. Quote, "Orozco revealed clearly more than country rusticity, the wild instincts and savage passions of the criminal. His physiognomy has the features which portray the qualities inclined and sensitive to crime. His lower jaw broad and heavy, the enormous mouth with thin lips, the large face with broad cheekbones, the discolored skin, the scant beard, the broad, straight nose, the projecting ears, and, lastly, the cold and repellent glance shot forth from faded blue eyes, showed in him an aggregation of anthropological signs extremely common in the criminal man, to such a degree as to arouse in one's conception of him the impression of a matoid." End quote. Seed of discord. During the interim presidency of De la Barra, Pascual Orozco remained in Chihuahua, petted and adulated by those whose interests he might be able to serve. When the break came between Madero and Vasquez Gomez, it was commonly believed that Orozco was wavering in loyalty and inclined to become Vasquista. It is said that when Madero was making a campaign through Chihuahua in favor of the candidacy of Pino Suarez for vice president, the following incident occurred. Madero was addressing a large group of hearers from a balcony. At his right was Governor Abraham Gonzalez, and at his left Pascual Orozco. The audience heard the leader with great approbation until he came to speak of the question of the vice presidency. Quote, he began by attacking Vasquez Gomez, intentionally exaggerating his defects and the tendencies of his policies in order that the virtues of his own candidate might be more evident. End quote. The enthusiasm immediately disappeared. All looked to see what impression would be produced upon Orozco by the attacks upon Vasquez Gomez. Orozco showed no sign of feeling. When, however, the name of Pino Suarez was mentioned, the speaker was interrupted by a frightful outcry mingled with shrill whistlings and hisses. Madero did not lose serenity, but cried, "Ah, well, then, hiss me also." "No, no," thundered the multitude. "Then listen to me," he replied. The crowd was silenced, and he continued the eulogies of Pino Suarez, which, however, did not convince them. The author from whom this incident is quoted believes that with this incident Madero lost his last hold upon Orozco. Political ambition. When Orozco went to the capital city to arrange for the disarming of his forces, he was received with the same enthusiasm as in his own state capital. On that occasion, it is said that he was paid 50,000 pesos for his services. He was not satisfied with the amount, and demanded that it should be doubled. This was refused by Madero, and the two parted in bad humor with each other. Orozco was put in charge of the rural military zone of Chihuahua. This, too, did not suit him. He had expected a larger recognition of his merits. He had expected to be made at least the governor of his state. Naturally, he looked with disfavor upon Abraham Gonzalez, who was appointed provisional governor until elections should take place. When the elections neared, Pascual Orozco entered the field as a rival candidate against Don Abraham. He was defeated, and Gonzalez was elected constitutional governor. Unfortunately, he was soon after summoned to Mexico to accept a seat in President Madero's cabinet. He was made Minister of Gobernacion, at the time unquestionably the most important position in the body. To the disgust of Orozco, Aureliano Gonzalez was made governor interim during the absence of the actual governor. This man was certainly not adapted to the position. He soon found difficulties rising, and had a rupture with his Secretary of State, Braulio Hernandez. Hernandez at once announced himself a partisan of Vasquez Gomez, and resigned the position. Meantime, the wealthy interests, which had been encouraged by Diaz, and were committed to his cause, had in every way attempted to develop hostility in Orozco against the new government. These interests, of course, were the Creel Terrazas faction. Playing upon his vanity, avarice, and jealousy, they inflamed him to revolt. In January, Orozco was publicly complaining against the Madero government. Counter-revolution. He made 4 points. The plan of San Luis Potosi had not been carried out. Madero had entered into league with the Científicos. The family of the president was practicing enormous abuses with the public treasury. Duties of patriotism drove him to hostility. Matters were so threatening that Governor Gonzalez was hurried back to his capital city to resume charge of the state government. Difficulties were thrown in his way, and he made a ridiculous figure before he succeeded in regaining his city. Once there, and again in power, he was treated with contempt by Orozco and his followers. The Orozco movement, having been supplied with funds to the amount of 1,200,000 pesos by his wealthy backers, Orozco openly took the field in revolt against the government. The whole of Chihuahua was soon in open rebellion, outbreaks taking place in Ciudad Juarez, Casas Grandes, and elsewhere. It is unnecessary to go into complete detail regarding this revolution of Orozco. It dragged on for months. Orozco himself assumed great importance. He was in communication with various disaffected groups in different parts of the republic. For a time, he seemed committed to the cause of Vasquez Gomez. He was flirting with the various groups of hostiles in the city of Mexico to see where it was best worthwhile to throw his aid. He even opened up communication with Zapata. He took steps to gain the recognition of the government of the United States. Finally, an important body of troops was sent against him from the city of Mexico under the leadership of General Gonzalez Salas. Associated with him were such well-known officers as Generals Tellez, Trucy Albert, Blanquet, and Martinez. They hurried to the city of Torreon, near which an important battle finally took place. It was badly managed. General Salas divided his forces, sending them to points the road to which were badly known to him. The most serious combat took place in the Cañón de Riano. It ended in a serious defeat of the Federal forces. The general-in-chief committed suicide. The chief of staff, a lieutenant colonel, and several prominent officers were killed. General Blanquet was wounded. Trucy Albert was lost sight of, and for a time it was feared that he had met disaster. Tellez, with difficulty, succeeded in drawing his troops back to safety. The report of this disaster produced consternation in the capital. The hero, by the way, who gained the victory was not Orozco, but Emilio Campa. Huerta in the field. General Huerta was hurried to the field as commander-in-chief of the Federal Army. He laid out a careful plan of advance, providing for every contingency. It was carried through with complete success. It was at this juncture that Emilio Vasquez Gomez proclaimed himself President Interim of the Republic. Although he had been considered a supporter of Vasquez Gomez, Orozco took exception to his proclamation and demanded that he should withdraw it. It is possible that he was looking forward to proclaiming himself president. Whatever may have been his idea, he succeeded in terrifying the unlucky Vasquez Gomez, who realized that without Orozco's aid he was nothing, and at once withdrew to San Antonio, Texas. Immediately after this incident there took place the Battle of Conejos. Orozco lost it and withdrew to Riano, the site of the former great victory. Huerta advanced, and a second battle took place at Riano. Again, discipline and training counted for something, and the Federal forces gained the day. Orozco fell back to Bachimba. The revolutionary leader undoubtedly realized that he had no hope of winning the final battle. He prepared Chihuahua for the news of his defeat, had prisoners removed from the capital city to Casas Grandes, and awaited the final test of strength. It came at Bachimba and resulted in a complete victory for Huerta's army. With this battle, the actual revolution in the north came to an end. Huerta and his victorious forces went on to the capital city of Chihuahua. Abraham Gonzalez, who had been forced to leave the governor's chair, had been in hiding. It was popularly believed that he had sought a refuge with Villa. Between this popular leader in Madero's revolution and Orozco, there was deep-seated hostility. When Orozco was plotting revolution against Madero, Villa was still in the state of Chihuahua, and he and his men remained loyal to Madero's cause. Abraham Gonzalez appeared while Huerta was making his way slowly northward. He asserted that he had not been with Villa, but in concealment elsewhere. Huerta replaced him in his position in Chihuahua. Orozco reappears. Orozco disappeared, and for some months nothing was heard of him. Disturbance of a desultory kind continued in the unfortunate northern state, but its popular leader was not in charge. With the 20th of February, 1913, when General Huerta had seized the power in Mexico and the Madero government had fallen and its chief had suffered martyrdom, Pascual Orozco appeared once more upon the scene. He sent a message of felicitation to the provisional president, his conqueror be it remembered, and stated that he should come to Mexico within a few days to place himself at the orders of the government. He really did so, and brought with him various of his helpers, Campa, Agüemedo, Caraveo, and his secretary, Córdoba. He was received by Huerta and given a position as brigadier general of the regular forces. Not only was the young man provided for, but his father, who had figured amusingly in all his period of grandeur, was made colonel. Pascual Orozco took a part in various battles under the new regime. He gained no great victories, but his past reputation made his movements matter of public interest. It was lately reported by General Bliss of the American Army that he had been killed in battle. So many who have been killed since May 1910 have later reappeared alive and active that one feels a little doubt regarding such reports. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war, by Frederick, Starr. Zapatism. In the south of the Republic, two chiefs aided in Madero's revolution. One of these was Ambrosio Figueroa in Guerrero. He proved to be a man of definite principles and a loyal partisan of those to whom he gave his aid. He has qualities of leadership and has developed great ability. The other was Emiliano Zapata of Morelos. There seems to be universal agreement that he is a man of cruel disposition, strong passions, without education, but a plausible propagandist. He is false, treacherous, unreliable. During the Revolution, the most shocking deeds of brutality and barbarism, some of which unfortunately always take place in such popular movements, were attributed to the wild hands under his direction. They seem not only to have themselves delighted in arson, rapine, slaughter, and mutilation, but they were given complete license by their leaders. Toward the close of Madero's struggle, Zapata seized Coatla after a brave defense by the federal forces and permitted his 2,000 men to indulge in hours of loot and dreadful slaughter. Similar scenes of butchery and destruction have been permitted in many other places. Question of land distribution. In the plan of San Luis Potosi, distribution of land to little holders, the great estates being broken up, was promised. Zapata claims that it was this promise which led him to revolution, and that it was the hope of such land distribution that has kept him in the field. When the Treaty of Ciudad Juarez was signed and the announcement made of the suspension of hostilities, Zapata and his forces for a moment, but for a moment only, checked their career of pillage and destruction. They claimed to have expected immediate distribution of lands. Such distribution, of course, did not take place. Attempt to disband Zapata's forces. De la Barra was suspicious of Zapata and anxious that he and his forces should promptly be disbanded. He was therefore one of the first of the leaders of the revolution to be dealt with. He expected that he would be left in charge of a rural force. He seemed to consent to the disbanding of his men. Events, however, proved that all the time he had not intended to give up his arms or ammunition, nor to retire unless division and distribution of lands were made. Agents were sent to deal with him. After much discussion and vacillation on his part, a number of his followers were brought together, presented, and received the money due them. In return, they gave up worthless arms and worn-out horses. When on account of this treachery, vigorous action was planned against him, Madero offered to go in person to confer with him and try to bring him to submit to the new conditions, give up his arms and ammunition, and disband his soldiers. The conference was held. Zapata seemed to agree to the proposition made by Madero and promised submission and disbanding. Before Madero offered to go to see him, troops had been dispatched against the bandit leader. Zapata told Madero that he would only give up arms and disband if these forces were withdrawn. The demand did not please the interim government, but the troops were drawn back to a certain distance and money was paid to the Zapatist soldiers. Again, worthless arms were yielded in exchange, all good ones being retained in the hands of the guerrillas. Curiously enough, a third effort was made, a third payment given, and a third deception practiced. De la Barra's government had reached the limit of its patience and orders were given that he and his should be pursued relentlessly. Rampant banditry. Conditions really were desperate. Not only did bands of looters sweep through Morelos, leaving disaster and ruin in their wake, but they made incursions into the neighboring states of Puebla, Mexico, and Tlaxcala. These bands were really under Zapata's control. Their raiding and looting were going on during the period when the government was treating with him, and he was pretending to be making plans for disarmament. In connection with their excursions, hideous crimes were perpetrated. Among them was the incident at Covadonga, which involved the nation with the governments of Spain and Germany. As the result of the Zapata movement, Morelos was almost depopulated. Whole towns disappeared, the homes being burned. Surrounding movement balked. It was finally decided to employ the aid of Figueroa in dealing with the problem. He was told to cease disbanding his soldiers and to use them in an attempt to suppress Zapata's forces. The period of time during which disbandment was to take place ended with July 1st, and it had been announced that, after that date, all persons found in a state of insurrection would be considered bandits. In August, the headquarters of the Zapatistas was at Yautepec. Together with regular forces which had been sent to the field of action, Figueroa and his men began an enclosing movement. All was going well with the military enterprise, and it looked as if the problem of Zapatism would soon be settled. Nearer and nearer drew the enclosing circle. Then suddenly, as it was learned later acting under special orders, one column of the enclosing forces abandoned its position, and the enemy escaped without difficulty and again began to overrun the country. The suspicion began to be generally held that, for some reason, someone desired to maintain a force of the old revolutionists in arms. Desperate situation. Finally, the government applied the suspension of guarantees inherited from the former government to the present situation. Anyone taken in the act of insurrection might be shot without investigation. Chaos ruled. The railroad in Morelos was paralyzed. Trains were assaulted and innocent passengers murdered. Country places were attacked. Little towns were ravaged. The whole state was sprinkled with ruins, cinders and ashes, and the dead. On the 23rd of October, a band from Morelos entered the state of Puebla and even penetrated into the federal district. On the 24th, Milpa Alta was attacked. Towns close to the capital city like Xochimilco and Tlalpan were in terror, and the people fled from their homes. Of course, a force was hurried against the invaders from the capital city, but the bandits gained the height of Ayusco and escaped. Excitement in Congress. This was much too near for comfort. Assault had been made almost within sight of the capital city. A public demand for prompt and effective action rose. The clamor was echoed in the House of Deputies, and Jose Maria Lozano and Francisco M. de Alaguibel made long and forceful speeches and demanded that the Secretary of Gobernacion and the Subsecretary of the Department of War and Marine should appear before the House to explain the situation. The Subsecretary of War and Marine was Manuel Gonzalez Salas. He was a relative of Francisco I. Madero. It was reported that he had told a newspaper reporter that Zapatism would end 3 days after Señor Madero should take upon him the presidency of the Republic. In response to the demand of Congress, Alberto Garcia Granados, Secretary of Gobernacion, and Manuel Gonzalez Salas, Subsecretary of War and Marine, appeared and were interpellated. In his speech, Granados said, "There exists a powerful influence which hinders the orders of the government from being executed." The next day, 2 meetings of the cabinet were held to discuss the situation, the second lasting for many hours late into the night. As the result of these meetings, Granados, Salas, and Francisco Vasquez Gomez resigned from the cabinet. A fervid oration. It is worthwhile to quote a passage from one of these speeches before Congress. Alaguibel said in speaking of the Zapatistes, "The first time the Zapatistes gave up their arms and received the money, after some few days, they presented themselves before authority in a threatening attitude and took their arms again, religiously reserving, however, the money in their possession. There was necessity of a new disbandment, and then the Zapatistes gave up old worn-out machetes and flint-lock guns, rusted and worn out, and kept for a better occasion their dynamite bombs and their splendid Mausers. A third disbandment was necessary, and when the federal government, now wearied with treating with such bad faith, of striving with such notable perfidy, dispatched a strong column of valiant and devoted men, such as those of our army are, under orders of General Huerta, then Senor Madero appeared like the biblical dove of the legend. Senor Madero said, 'I will reduce these men to order,' and Senor Madero succeeded in delaying for 15 days the action of the federal forces, detaining the advance of General Huerta, destroying the effectiveness of action of the federal soldiers, and, after tenderly embracing that most sincere General Zapata, returned to Mexico to continue his excursions and his speeches." Huerta's campaign. The government had really reached the end of its patience when the Madero mission failed. Huerta resumed his campaign in Morelos and made actual headway. Had he been left a free hand, and the time of the interim government been longer, there is no doubt that he might have entirely suppressed the difficulty. While his campaign was still in progress, Madero approached the President Interim with the proposition that the government should issue a safe conduct to Emiliano Zapata, in order that he might go to live in a foreign country. This suggestion was refused by de la Barra. After this failure, Madero sent his personal representative, Gabriel Robles Dominguez, to Morelos, where he had many conferences with Zapata. It is believed that it was these conferences and certain understandings reached through them which led to the unwise utterance of Salas that, 3 days after Madero should take upon himself the presidency of the Republic, Zapatism would cease. However that may be, there can be no doubt that there was really some kind of understanding between Madero and Zapata, and that the hero of the revolution anticipated no trouble with the bandit leader when he should come to power. Under the Madero government. In this, however, he was misled. When Madero became president, Zapata still remained in apparent rebellion. Plunder, violence, and crime continued. In April, Colonel Castro won a victory indeed in the town of Yoyutla, leaving 400 Zapatistas dead. But in May, all communication with Cuernavaca from Mexico was destroyed, and all trains trying to make the journey between the two cities were attacked. J. Figueroa Domenech, an admirer of Madero and partisan in his writings, says in one place in his latest book, "Zapatism, yes, was the blackest nightmare of Senor Madero, and the blame of it, with justice, could be imputed to him for not having consented that it should be destroyed during the interim government of de la Barra. Even worse than Zapata himself seems, however, to be the new leader, Genovevo de la O. In speaking of him and his cruelties at La Cima and Ticoman, the author just quoted says, "He could not have had human parents. He must have been born from the union of a rattlesnake with a tarantula. In place of a heart, his breast must have sheltered a pouch full of the venom of his progenitors." Source of Zapatism. Our author, who is conservative in his economic and social views, enters into some discussion as to why the state of Morelos should be cursed with such an exceptional population. He ends his discussion with the following words: "How is it possible that, this being, the Zapatist, nearer to the anthropoid than to man, abounds so greatly in Morelos? If the cause was rooted only in the atavistic tendencies toward an inferior race, the fact would be frequent in the whole republic, and fortunately it is not so. The hot climate of the region, its spontaneous wealth which incites its inhabitants to idleness, the abundance of money which high wages supply and which facilitates the great consumption of alcoholic drinks, and above all, the absolute neglect under which in those districts public education lies, prepare the heart of the people for hardening itself easily before the spectacle of blood, and arouses within it the ferocious appetite of animality. Morelos is a district of great sugar plantations. It is possible that, as the author says, wages in that state are higher than those generally in the republic. It is hardly likely that this abundant wealth in the hands of plantation labor is a serious impulse in the direction that he suggests. That there may be a relation between the great plantation with its mass of ignorant, uneducated, untrained workers and the widespread dissatisfaction in the state seems possible. During the interim government, de la Barra appointed a land commission to deal with the agrarian problem. When Madero was in power, a similar commission continued its operations, and perhaps serious steps were taken to investigate the problem of lands for distribution and the terms on which such distribution might take place. As President of the Republic, he found it much less easy to make progress in this direction than it had been to make promises when leading revolutionists in the field of battle. Zapatists in February 1913. At the very moment when the bloody events of February 1913 were culminating, the Zapatists again appeared close to the capital city. Again we quote from Domenech because he is a Maderist partisan. He says, "And finally, as if all this were little for the terrorizing of the populace, there appeared close to the capital 2,000 Zapatistes who, like jackals, awaited the opportune moment for falling upon the city and looting it. And why did they not fall upon the city? Repeatedly we have said that Zapatism enclosed a secret difficult to discover, which appeared to show some connection or agreement between Zapata and Madero. Perhaps those hordes which hung about Tlalpam under orders of the fierce and sanguinary Genovevo de la O had orders to be there, for no other reason than to cause terror, and perhaps also, which is more probable, they did not venture to enter the city for fear of the heavy guns. The bandits of Zapata were only good for fighting from ambush among the briars of the mountain. They had no valor for risking themselves in the streets of Mexico." End of section 28. Section 29 of Mexico and the United States. A story of revolution, intervention, and war. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mexico and the United States. A story of revolution, intervention, and war by Frederick, Starr. Anti-Americanism. Why do they hate us? We are different, primarily and fundamentally because they are Spanish Indian while we are Anglo-Saxon. Our characteristics are profoundly different. Our ideas and our ideals are different. Our ways of looking at things are different. Our impulses are different. Our languages are different. The Latin Americans are artistic and we are not. They delight in beauty of form, line, and color, and they have a sense of proportion. They love harmonies. We do not. They are graceful and demand grace. We are not graceful and are not exacting. They are theoretical. They delight in the development of finished systems. We are practical. They are rhetorical, delighting in metaphors and figures of speech. Their sentences are models of elegant composition. They delight in hair-splitting arguments. We are blunt. In an ideal world, perfect in its construction, they would admire us and we would admire them because of our difference. As it is, we do not live in an ideal world, and difference is damnable. We despise the Mexicans because they differ from us. They hate us because we differ from them. On the whole, they are far more polite and kindly in their toleration of our rudeness and crudity than we are with references to their lack of aggressiveness and up-to-date development. We desire to improve others. They realize that we are different. They consider us most disagreeable. We assume and try to demonstrate that we are superior. Our attitude toward them is always critical and instructive. We are loud in our complaints regarding them, and that to their faces. We cry out that they are centuries behind in their development. We deplore that their natural resources have been neglected. We note the absence of skyscrapers in their cities. We bitterly complain because they do not hustle. We send them missionaries. We send them tourists. We send them some men who have failed in our country for our country's good. Failures though they are, still they stand among them as representative Americans and undertake to change them. We have sent them quantities of adventurers who have gone there to show them how to do things. At times, these men make real success. More frequently, they start in with a great hurrah and come out with a grouch. Everything in Mexican methods and ways of doing business is a mistake. They will introduce real American methods. For example, it has always been the custom in Mexico to take a noonday rest, the siesta. American businessmen looked upon the siesta as lost time. These lazy Mexicans, said they, may loll around and sleep at noon, may close their places of business, but we will hustle. Our places will remain open. We'll show them. Of course, the result was dismal failure. After all, the business was to be done with Mexicans, and if the Mexicans took their siesta, there was really no advantage in keeping the places open, with the certainty that no one would be there. In 1,000 ways, American methods of business are ill-adapted to Mexican surroundings, and the attempt to force them upon the country and to make the people over after a new and improved fashion is folly. No other foreigners who go to Mexico for business ends feel called upon to bring in reforms and to introduce new modes of life and action. Even the English do not do so. As for the Germans, French, and Italians, they adapt themselves to the conditions of the country as far as possible. They adopt the local methods of doing business. They gain a larger return with less output of capital, force, and energy, with less wear and tear than we do. And between them and the Mexicans a much better feeling exists than between these and ourselves. Naturally, because of differences, all foreigners are looked upon with something of dislike and suspicion, but the difference in feeling between the Mexicans toward continental Europeans and ourselves is very marked. They know the world. Their dislike toward us is not due to ignorance of the outside world. Of course, we are here speaking of the upper class in Mexican society. The peon, the ordinary mestizo, and the Indian know nothing of the outside world. But the people of wealth have traveled. It is they, after all, who have been in control. In the very nature of things, it is they who will always occupy the high positions and come into contact with us politically. These people are educated. Besides Spanish, they know French or German or both. Nowadays, most of them speak English. They have culture and knowledge of social customs. They have traveled and know the life of great cities. They are familiar with Paris and London, Berlin and Madrid. As a rule, they do not like New York, and Chicago only irritates and vexes them. On the whole, for things intellectual, they look directly to Paris for patterns and guidance. Anything of interest known and developed in continental Europe they know, and if they like it, introduce it. Elegance and luxury have been known in Mexico for centuries. The University of Mexico was founded 70 years before the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock. How long after that event was Harvard founded? The Bay Psalter is said to have been the first book printed in what is now the area of the United States. A wide range of important works, treating of many subjects, were printed in Mexico before the year 1600. The city of Mexico was world famous before the attempt to settle Jamestown. Many of the shops in the city of Mexico are beautiful, and their show windows dressed with great taste are brilliant. The display of gems at La Esmeralda compares favorably with the great jewelers of New York City. The first automobile that I personally saw was not in the city of Chicago, but on the streets of Mexico. It was weeks later before the first machine of the kind made its trial run in my own city. Curiously enough, the new invention did not at first take well with the Mexicans. The next time I visited the capital city, I did not see a single horseless carriage. Shortly afterwards, however, they again appeared, and today are numerous. Mexican cities. It is not strange that the Mexicans prefer the cities of Europe to our own. Their towns and cities are patterned after those of Spain. They are compactly built. There are no vacant lots. The buildings are placed close together, while the majority of the homes are low, generally no more than a single story. They are of even and uniform height. The idea of streets on which skyscrapers, buildings of 6 or 8 stories, stores of 2 or 3 stores, shanties, houses, and vacant lots follow each other pell-mell and without order, can make no appeal to the Mexican's idea of beauty or urban conditions. A Mexican town of 30,000 people is more of a city, better developed, presenting more of an actual urban plan than most American cities of 3 or 4 times that size. The cities of Mexico have always recognized the necessity of open spaces for public gathering. All of them have their plaza. All large cities have their public parks and breathing spaces. As regards civic decoration, their ideas are certainly better than our own. Decoration and illumination of cities on the occasion of public celebrations are notably artistic and beautiful. In public monuments, they far surpass us. Mexican cities, and even small towns, have always had the custom of evening concerts. Almost every plaza has its bandstand, and the music furnished several evenings each week is of high quality. The point we aim to make here is that, if Mexicans do not like our cities, it is not because of their ignorance of urban life. It is because they prefer a different style from our own. Consuls and diplomats. One reason why the Mexicans do not love us is that they have had small reason to admire our official representatives among them. While there have been some marked exceptions, neither our consuls nor our diplomatic representatives have been high-grade officials. Our consular service the world over has been a laughingstock and a disgrace. It has been particularly bad in Mexico. We have made great improvements the last few years, and our consular service approaches respectability. But formerly we sent to foreign countries men whose only claim to appointment was political service rendered at election time. Our consuls were expected to develop trade relations and to encourage the growth of business between these countries and ourselves. Our diplomatic representatives were expected to deal with delicate questions and to develop strong and friendly ties between the governments. Yet men were repeatedly sent to Mexico who had no preparation or natural qualities for filling the office. Sometimes they have been men of inferior ability, with no intelligence or social training, and with no moral ideals. We have had consuls general whose chief official business seemed to be to introduce worthless but rich Americans to the seamy side of Mexican life and to show them the town. We are informed that one consular officer, still occupying one of the most important positions in the service, had to have the superintendent of schools of his own town write his letter of acceptance for him when he received his appointment from Washington. He has proved a highly successful consul, apparently because all the affairs of his office have been in the hands of a painstaking German assistant, for whose engagement, as he was not an American citizen, permission had to be asked from Washington. The incompetence of our representatives as officials, their lack of character as men, their scant mental endowments and poor education, and their total lack of refinement and social qualities have done much to make the Mexicans despise us. On the whole, their official representatives in our country have been of much higher quality than those we have sent to them. They have not always been men of strong character. They have feared us, and partly through fear, partly through politeness, have been somewhat yielding and subservient, but they have generally been better diplomats than our appointees. Our land hunger. The Mexicans hate us because we have deprived them of territory. The Republic of Texas could never have been founded unless Americans had encouraged disaffection. It would never have been founded had not the interests of our slave states demanded it. The loss of Texas to Mexico was a serious blow. It has always been ascribed to us. Mexico lost more than half of its territory to us as the result of the unfortunate and unjust War of 1847. We took advantage of her difficulties. At the time she was rent by internal dissension, and 4 different parties were struggling for the mastery. A divided enemy is an easy one to conquer, and the Mexican War was no great credit to our ability in the military field. As a fact, we wanted land. Again, it was land for the development of slavery. We took it. Mexico has not forgotten. She never will forget the act. No wonder she hates us. With this story of past aggression, it is not strange that she suspects us in the present, and with justice. Within the last few months, the Camisal matter has been agitated. It involves additional loss to Mexico. The idea prevails throughout the Republic among all who are thinking and talking that we have eyes fixed on Lower California, that we are encouraging dissension and rebellion in the North. It is believed that we hope to play again the same part that we played when Texas pronounced its independence. It is feared that American interests and American influences are so great in the northern range of states that this region may proclaim its independence. It is well recognized that the new republic would have as short, or even a shorter period of existence than had Texas. American mines, American lumber camps, American grazing lands, American oil wells, they believe will be the excuse for taking over another slice of territory and reducing Mexico to the position of a Central American state of little more significance than Guatemala. The El Paso Incident. How deep this suspicion of our purpose to seize territory is was shown by the popular feeling at the time when the 2 presidents met at El Paso. Probably the occasion was only one for the exchange of international courtesies. It is unlikely that any serious politics were involved. It is almost certain that no business of consequence was consummated. President Taft, after his experience as Governor General in the Philippines, came back to our country with new ideas of state functions. A Governor General of the Philippines is, on the whole, a more autocratic and less simple being than the President of the United States. He is more used to form and ceremony. He has imbibed new ideas regarding functions. He looks with new eyes, tolerantly, upon meetings between potentates and rulers. Why should we not here in America repeat such meetings as take place with frequency between crowned heads in Europe? The question was natural to one who, as Governor General, had ruled quite autocratically over millions of people in the Orient. At all events, President Taft was fond of the spectacular. Brilliant functions dazzled him, and in the geographic nature of things, the only brilliant functions in the direction of meetings of rulers possible were with Canada or Mexico. To arrange such a meeting with Mexico seemed, on the whole, more easy and more satisfactory than with Canada. Accordingly, the proposition was made that the two rulers should meet upon the border and exchange courtesies. Of course, there was a difficulty. The Constitution of Mexico provides that the President of the Republic shall not absent himself from the national territory during the period of his administration. To do so might be perhaps considered equivalent to forfeiting his office. Mr. Taft knew quite well the constitutional disability, but still he urged the meeting. Don Porfirio was always anxious to please the President of the United States. He finally yielded to the influence brought to bear upon him and petitioned congressional permission to go to El Paso for the meeting. The occasion, of course, was splendid. The details were arranged with care. President Diaz, for the first time in many years, set foot on our soil. Our president visited Ciudad Juarez. There were banquets, toastings, flags, bunting, cheers, bands, commemorative medals, and picture postal cards. In fact, nothing was lacking to make the affair a great success, and our president's heart was satisfied, and our people boasted of the additional strength given to the bond between the two countries. But in Mexico there was serious head-shaking. It may be an example of suspicious ignorance, but there were thousands who asked themselves, what can have been the motive? What business of such importance had to be consummated that it was necessary for our president to violate the terms of our Constitution and to go from the city of Mexico on to American soil? What new concession did he make to the United States? What secret document was it necessary for him in person to sign? Who knows whether he has not sold a portion of our territory to the Americans as Santa Anna did years ago? Latin American revolutions. We always think of Latin Americans as in a state of constant revolution. We do not realize how many of these outbreaks are fomented by outside interests. In 1896, I visited the Central American Republic of Guatemala. At that time, the President of the Republic was José María Reña Barrios. He was on the whole a good man for the position. He had, of course, the bad qualities inherent in rulers where personal politics are in vogue. He no doubt was making money in office and through his office. But he was a man of ideas and ideals and genuinely interested in the advancement of his country. When we reached the capital city, the latest revolution had recently been ended. The president had emerged from this struggle victorious. The incident was still the topic of common conversation. I was astonished. More, I was humiliated to find that it was commonly agreed that the whole disturbance was due to American interference. The cherished plan of President Barrios at that moment was the construction of the Great Northern Railroad. Guatemala had but a single railroad line in operation. It was the Guatemala Central, connecting the capital city with the Pacific port of San Jose. The proposed line in which the president was interested was to connect the capital city with Livingston on the Atlantic coast. There was no question that its construction would be a great benefit to the nation. It would increase commerce, develop new industries, connect their republic more directly and easily with the outside world. But the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, whose interests in Guatemala were large and almost without competition, did not look upon the project favorably. It felt that the construction of the new line would affect its profits. Therefore, whether it would be useful to the country or not was a matter of little consequence. Its building must be prevented. For a long time the company had successfully fought against the new enterprise by bribing legislators and raising legal difficulties. It had been defeated, however, in this method of procedure, and from its point of view the only remaining hope was to oust the president from office. Accordingly, an insurrection was started, funds and advice were supplied. It had been a sharp and vigorous campaign. It had almost achieved its end. But President Barrios had issued from the struggle victorious. The Great Northern Railroad would be pushed to completion and opened. Of course, in the long run, it could do no harm to the Pacific Mail Steamship Company. With the increasing prosperity which its operation would bring to the Republic, every line of business and development might be expected to increase, and the company would receive a greater benefit from its share of new business than it would suffer loss from diminution in the business which it had formerly controlled. The point, however, is that to this great corporation, financed by Americans and bringing profit into American pockets, the welfare of a nation, the continuance in power of a good ruler, the life and property of individuals, all counted for nothing. It was ready to be the agent for the commission of robbery, murder, arson, in order to continue to make profit. It was my first lesson in international politics. I have looked at revolutions in Latin America since then with different eyes. I have found many of that same sort. Two kinds of revolution. There are indeed two kinds of revolutions in the Latin American republics. Those that actually arise within the republic, growing out of the political, social, and economic conditions, and those which are fomented from without for purely mercenary ends by exploiting individuals or companies. The former are unfortunate, but in countries where personal politics prevail, are unavoidable, and generally are based upon sufficient causes, and are real movements in the direction of national advance and progress. Such should be looked upon with hope, and under no circumstances should call for interference. They form, however, but a small part of the revolutions of recent years. Most of these are directly due to interference by foreign money interests. Such deserve no sympathy from without. The interests involved should be refused protection by the home government. Such revolutions, however, do much, of course, to deepen and inflame a spirit of hostility to foreigners. To such revolutions much of the hatred toward ourselves is due. Exploitation. Undoubtedly, the chief reason why the Mexicans today hate us is that they feel and think we are exploiting them and their country. Everywhere they find American capital owning their sources of wealth. They feel that little by little their opportunities have passed into foreign hands and that their resources no longer remain in their own. They feel that they are strangers in a land which has passed into the possession of others. Blindly and ignorantly they feel that they have been defrauded. They know that the transfer of properties has been made without consulting them. Those who think really believe that these great and valuable concessions to foreigners were made by a band of adventurers who personally grew rich without the matter being referred to them for approbation. They look, and justly, upon the acts of Porfirio Diaz and his little clique of ministers and politicians, cientificos, as illegal frauds. They know that they did not elect the man of iron to power. They know that he did not represent them in these transactions. They know they have been robbed, but they also know that we will fight, if need be, for our rights. They feel the hopelessness of it all, and in that hopelessness their hatred takes deeper and deeper root. Outspoken anti-Americanism. Anti-Americanism does not often find actual voice. It is a reality, but it is not always being flaunted. Now and then, however, it shows itself. Thus, in the lynching in Texas of a Mexican caused a great outburst of feeling in Mexico. Lynchings in Texas are so common that they have long ceased to cause any special comment or feeling among ourselves. But those lynchings are of black men, and we are little likely to be disturbed by such. It was natural, however, that the reported lynching of this Mexican should cause a deal of feeling in Mexico. As in other countries, the excitement voiced itself through an outbreak of students. It was students who, on the occasion in question, paraded the streets and cried out against Americans. Much was made of it at the time. It is surprising how complacently we in this country had assumed that the Mexicans must naturally love us and admire us beyond all other people in the world. That there should be a public demonstration of dislike toward us seemed a strange and unreasonable thing. There were thousands of Americans of intelligence who were actually surprised at the condition, but anti-Americanism is a reality in Mexico. Not only in Mexico, but throughout the Central American republics are we hated, thoroughly hated. We are hated in Venezuela, in Colombia, in Panama, in all the South American republics. We are hated as a people. We are hated as a nation. The Monroe Doctrine. It is time that we knew, and that the world should know, just what the Monroe Doctrine is. Americans do not know. Test it by asking two men in whose judgment and knowledge you have confidence about it. Ask them when they are together, and then sit back and listen to their discussion. Our congressmen know no better than the man on the street. Our Department of State has no definite idea as to the doctrine. The nations of Europe would be vastly relieved to have an actual definition made of it. They might not like the definition, they might not be able to find it in the famous document, but it would simplify their problems and relieve their minds to have it stated. So far as Latin America is concerned, they hate the term. There is no question that, when Monroe promulgated his doctrine, he had in mind the protection of the newly founded Latin American republics. He desired to encourage democratic institutions. He was fired with ideals of liberty. There were perhaps some sordid suggestions in it, but these suggestions were not turned against the newly founded nations. Today, Latin America considers the Monroe Doctrine nothing more or less than a notice to the world that the United States proposes to exploit the American continent lying south of the Rio Grande for her own benefit, and that she will tolerate no competition. The fundamental rights of nations. We have recognized the independence of all the Latin American republics. So have the other nations of the world. We have no more right to interfere in their internal affairs and politics than they have to interfere in ours. The mere fact that we are great and strong and rich and ambitious and grafting, enterprising and commercial gives us no such rights. The Latin American states today hate us because they have seen us repeatedly outrage this fundamental principle. They have seen us dictate policy, finance revolutions, make and unmake presidents, interfere in battles, browbeat and threaten. They feel that under cover of the Monroe Doctrine, theoretically framed for their protection, they are being cut off from outside aid, finance, and politics, and being held completely at our mercy. Taft's mobilization. I was in the city of Mexico when President Taft mobilized a force for the first time on the Mexican border. The feeling produced by that act was extraordinary. It was certainly a mistake in policy which could produce no good result. Probably 50 Mexicans during the day conversed with me about it, and asked its meaning. Many said, "Does the United States really propose to force war upon us? If she does, notwithstanding our weakness and the strong odds against us, we will accept her challenge. We will of course be ultimately defeated, but we shall make a strong defense, and it will cost your people time, money, and many lives to gain the victory." Hard-pressed for explanation. Many explanations, of course, have been offered for Mr. Taft's action, both in Mexico and in this country. The report went out from Washington that foreign nations and European powers were looking to us for the protection of their interests and had brought influence to bear upon us, forcing us to take steps toward filling our obligations. This is in the highest degree unlikely. It was publicly stated in Mexico at the time that, on the appearance of this explanation, the French and German ambassadors and the British chargé d'affaires called upon President Diaz and told him that, at the request of their governments, they wished to say that the report from Washington was a lie. Whether this was actually done may be a question. It is not unlikely. What is certain is that President Taft was deluged with remonstrances from Mexico. It was pointed out to him that his act had jeopardized every American interest, every American life in the Republic. Long before effective steps could be taken in this country, American lives and property might easily be wiped out of existence. A rather popular explanation on our side of the border was that it might be a suggestive object lesson to foreign nations. It might be well for other countries, meaning Japan, to know that we could promptly put a military force into the field. The explanation was ludicrous, especially in view of the difficulty that we found in moving and maintaining a force of 20,000 men in good condition within our own territory, where we had every means of transportation and every opportunity for maintaining health and comfort. We can only hope that foreign nations, including Japan, did not too closely follow the details of the instructive object lesson. We may be sure, however, that they did, and know quite well how poorly prepared we were for putting forces in the field. The official announcement that the movement was simply maneuvers deceived no one. Our annual maneuvers had already taken place, and the funds appropriated for them had been exhausted. The statement which finally seemed to be officially made with reference to the movement was that it was to more strictly maintain the laws of neutrality and to prevent the passage of arms and war equipment into Mexico. It is probable that the final conclusion on the part of many Mexicans was that the movement was made at the request of Porfirio Diaz. It is hinted that the old man, finding himself in serious difficulty and facing ruin, suggested the mobilization of forces along our border in the hope that it would be generally considered as a threat to intervention, invasion, war. It is thought that in the face of such a pressing danger, points of difference would be overlooked and internal quarrels forgotten, that all Mexicans would unite against the threatening force, and the government would be enabled to reestablish its authority, and perhaps, later, to retire more gracefully from the field of struggle. The simplest assumption, after all, is that Mr. Taft moved the forces at the dictate of Wall Street, or rather with the view of protecting and aiding the large American money interests in Mexico. It was, however, a false move. Its folly was recognized in time, and nothing further done. Whatever may have been the cause, this threat, for threat it was, could but increase the feeling of hostility toward us already so strong among the Mexican populace. End of section 29. Section 30 of Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war, by Frederick, Starr. The 9 days' battle. It is strange that he did not see what was coming. Before the middle of December, I heard from a source of exceptionally tested accuracy that the Diaz Revolution in November was the first of a series of 3 efforts arranged at one time by one and the same group of conspirators. A triple plot. If the first effort failed, the second would be made. If it failed, the third would be tried. The group interested was the old group, followers of Porfirio Diaz, anxious to restore so nearly as they could the conditions of the past. If their three efforts really failed, they would resign themselves to the inevitable and conform to existing circumstances. The first attempt. The first attempt failed dismally. It was launched on October 16th in the city of Veracruz. Its leader was General Felix Diaz. This man was the nephew of the old president, son of a brother. He was born in Oaxaca in 1867. When 16 years of age, he entered the military college, pursuing his studies for 6 years and receiving the appointment of lieutenant. He was located for some time in the state of Veracruz in connection with the work of the Government Geographical Exploring Commission. In 1898, he was chief of the president's staff, married Isabella Alcalá of Veracruz, and was elected to the House of Deputies, representing the state of Veracruz. In 1902, he was consul general in Chile. 3 years later, he returned to the City of Mexico and resumed his duties as chief of the president's staff. For a time, he was inspector general of police. He had been raised from time to time in military rank, and at the moment of the Madero Revolution bore the title of general. When Madero's difficulties as president were thickening, Felix Diaz had some aspirations toward the presidency. He had always been a heavy burden for his uncle, who tried in vain to find some position of consequence which he was qualified to occupy. It was well understood that Felix Diaz was ready to participate in any effort to remove Madero. On account of his hostile attitude, his commission had been resigned and he himself placed upon the retired list. In accordance with the plan already mentioned, Felix Diaz began his revolution by seizing the city of Veracruz on October 16th. In his proclamation, he announced with pride that he had captured that important city without the firing of a gun. He declared that what the nation needed was an immediate and permanent peace. He named himself provisional president of the republic and announced that, as soon as victory was secured, he should order a new election and give way to a constitutional ruler. The ease with which the revolution was suppressed shows that Diaz himself had made no serious preparation, counting upon his name and the wealth and position of his wife's friends. He believed the victory already won. It is probable that he was betrayed. It is likely that the president knew all the details of the plot beforehand. At all events, the matter was promptly dealt with, and in 9 days after his proclamation, the revolution came to a complete end. General Diaz was himself a prisoner. A court-martial, continuing all night, was held, and he was condemned to death. Wisdom demanded his execution, but there was a feeling that much sentiment would be aroused by the outright killing of one who bore the name of Diaz. It was feared that a bad impression would be caused in the United States and in foreign countries. President Madero intervened. Felix Diaz, instead of being executed, was imprisoned in the fortress of San Juan Ulua in Veracruz harbor. Through the influence of Huerta and Blanquet, with reference no doubt to the future developments already planned, he was transferred from there to the city of Mexico, where he was held a prisoner in the penitentiary. The second effort. If President Madero had been informed so thoroughly with reference to the plan of Veracruz, it was to be supposed that he was equally advised with reference to the further plots of the conspirators. It is probable that the second attempt was easily nipped. It is difficult to know the actual facts. It seems probable, however, that the second attempt was to have come in December and involved a member of the cabinet, J. Flores Magón, and the ambassador of Mexico at Washington, Manuel Calero. Apparently Orozco was to have been the military man to carry out this plot. There is much mystery in the matter. J. Flores Magón was forced to resign from the cabinet. Manuel Calero was hastily recalled from Washington, and Lascaren, head of the Department of Foreign Affairs, went there to take his place. If, as we believe, this Flores Magón Calero tangle was the second attempt of the plotters, it was so easily strangled that it is certain that Madero was fully acquainted with the plan. The third and final attempt. So much the more surprising that the third attempt seems to have found him unprepared. It is still fresh in the public mind, and its results still trouble us. It was spectacular. It filled the world with wonder, astonishment, horror. A 9 days battle in a capital city between regular troops, with cannon and complete equipment of war. From day to day the newspapers were filled with minute details of its progress. Streets were barricaded, assaults were made, and the ground was strewn with dead and wounded. It is not necessary to narrate the incidents in detail. Briefly stated, it may be said that on the 9th of February, 1913, some of the government troops revolted. They were led by students from the military school at Tlalpan. They first went to the penitentiary where they released Felix Diaz from prison. Thence to the military prison of Santiago where Bernardo Reyes was set at liberty. Up to this time, General Mondragon seems to have been in charge of the mutineers, but after the release of the two old generals, he gave way to them. The mutinous forces divided. One group under Diaz proceeded to the Ciudadela, which was seized. The other, under Bernardo Reyes, marched to the great plaza and demanded the surrender of the National Palace. Preparations had been made for defense, and the surrender of the palace was refused. In the first encounter, in the early morning, before the palace, General Reyes was shot in the head and killed. It is claimed that in the efforts of the assailants to gain admission to the palace courtyard, several cadets were caught and shot, among them being a son of General Blanquet. It is also stated that, when the colonel leading the cadets found that resistance was offered, he ordered a retreat and was shot by them. The 9 days battle. President Madero, hearing the noise of battle, came from Chapultepec to the center of the city on horseback. He was accompanied by General Huerta, chief of his army. With them were some loyal forces, cadets from the Chapultepec Military School and rurales. During the day 4 engagements took place, the most serious being before the palace. The plaza was strewn with the bodies of men and horses. Recognizing the seriousness of conditions, the president declared martial law. Villar, who had been in charge of the protecting forces at the palace, being wounded, General Huerta was put in direct charge of the defense. Vigorous fighting began again after the lull of a day or two, and then firing was practically continuous until the 18th of February. Repeatedly Huerta urged the president to resign. It is said that Madero paid him $10,000 a day for his services and promised him $100,000 on the occasion of the capture of the arsenal. He made desperate efforts to secure reinforcements from outside. Messages were sent to Rabago, who, in the north, was fighting with Orozco, to send 3,000 men, but the demand was refused. General Blanquet at Pachuca refused to come in, saying that his men could not be trusted. When he did come and camp outside the city, it is said that many of his officers went to the arsenal and stayed there with Diaz. The arrest of Madero. On February 18, General Blanquet appeared before the palace. His officers and force gained entrance to the palace, and the president was arrested. He was sitting with his cabinet. The officer said, "You are under arrest." President Madero, under great excitement, replied, You have no right to address the President of the Republic in that manner. I command you to cry, 'Long live the President of the Mexican Republic.'" The officer and soldiers did so, but he repeated, "You are under arrest." The members of the cabinet were armed with pistols, and some of the soldiers were shot down. Madero himself escaped from the room, but on reaching the floor below found Huerta, Blanquet, and Colonel Rivarola there. They surrounded him, and Colonel Rivarola said, "You are under arrest," whereupon Madero shot and killed him. Turning to Huerta and tearing open his coat to expose his breast, he said to him, "Kill me, my general. I will die President of Mexico." Huerta refused to kill him, but declared him under arrest, and he, together with Vice President Pino Suarez, was confined in a room in the palace. Murder of Gustavo Madero. That same afternoon, friends were drinking with Gustavo Madero at the famous Gambrinas saloon. After Gustavo had paid the reckoning, an officer brought in some soldiers and arrested him. It is said that he was kept in a cloakroom of the saloon, after being tied, until night, when he was taken to the Ciudadela and killed. When the report of these occurrences reached the outside world, natural solicitude was felt lest President Madero himself should be summarily executed. Secretary Knox telegraphed to Huerta about the matter and received assurance from him that no summary execution would be permitted. After being held for some time incommunicado in the palace, it is said that the two prisoners were ordered to be removed to the penitentiary as a place of greater security. The official report of the death of Madero and Pino Suarez. The official statement runs as follows: Madero and Pino Suarez, who have been detained at the palace at the disposition of the War Department, were taken to the penitentiary in accordance with a previous decision, as the result of which the same was placed yesterday afternoon under the charge of an army officer for its better security. When the automobiles had traversed about 2/3 of the way to the penitentiary, however, they were attacked by an armed group, and the escorts descended from the machines to offer resistance. Suddenly the group grew larger, and the prisoners tried to escape. An exchange of shots then took place, in which 2 of the attacking party were killed and 2 wounded. Both prisoners were killed. The automobiles were badly damaged. The President and his cabinet have resolved that the affair shall be consigned to the military judicial authorities having to do with the attempts against military prisoners, such as were Madero and Pino Suarez, so that they may make a strict investigation with the direct intervention of the military prosecutor general. The government promises that society shall be fully satisfied as to the facts in the case. The commanders of the escort are now under arrest, and the facts above recorded have been ascertained so as to clear up this unhappy event, however incomprehensible it may be under the present sad circumstances. Bernardo Reyes. The death of Reyes seems particularly sad. His was a career that might have been glorious. Twice during his life he missed the chance to gain high position and perhaps to do his people good. We say perhaps because he always seems to have fallen just short of accomplishing what might have been expected of him. His own revolution of December 1911 was a complete failure. It is whispered that he was betrayed. Perhaps so, but his period of glory had passed, and he actually had no following. Another version of the battle. Such is the story of the 9 days' battle in its simplest form. There are other versions. All of these perhaps agree in the belief that Madero and Pino Suarez were murdered in cold blood. They were dead men before their bodies were put into the automobiles for transfer from the palace to the penitentiary. There are even stories that the whole 9 days' battle is a fiction, that it was a spectacular performance only, carried out to blind and deceive in fulfillment of a most carefully developed plot. This view is stated clearly in an interesting article by Observer. According to him, the whole matter was arranged by the three military leaders, Huerta, Mondragon, and Blanquet. The jailers at the penitentiary and Santiago and the cadets of Tlalpan were co-conspirators with them, though informed only of those portions of the plot which it was judicious for them to know. From the first, Reyes was marked for death. There was no actual battle. Out of 3,000 persons killed during the 9 days' cannonading, only 800 were soldiers, and those were chiefly faithful rurales, devoted to Madero, who had to be got rid of. The rest of the dead were non-combatants, men, women, and children on the street. During the apparent conflict, 3,000 rounds were fired by cannon at the Ciudadela, and it was hit only 11 times. Madero was practically a prisoner in the hands of Huerta from the hour he entered the palace. Reyes was killed, not by defenders of the palace, but by armed men stationed ready for the deed. If this story is reliable, the only point of the whole plot that went awry was in connection with the first attack upon the palace. It seems that the soldiers within were actually loyal, and that the killing of Blanquet's son and the difficulty in entering the palace were not foreseen. According to Observer, Madero and Pino Suarez were killed in the palace room where they were confined by a Captain Cardenas. Madero was twice stabbed in the back and shot in the back of the head. Pino Suarez was shot 12 times. Cardenas was made major as a return for his performance. In his version, Observer implicates the American ambassador. He gives the impression that Mr. Wilson knew the whole plan and gave his approval to it. He suggests that there was money compensation in his complaisance. Effect on Mexico. Whether Observer's story is to be accepted in toto or not, it much better harmonizes with the facts in evidence than the simple story commonly accepted. It was a dreadful tragedy. Even Mexico, accustomed to horrors, was shocked. Madero, notwithstanding his faults, was truly loved by the common people. It is said that at the spot where the official version declares that he was killed, there was erected a little heap of stones with a cross, and that candles were burned there by the poor and common folk in honor of their leader. It was the first occasion in the history of Mexico when a president has been assassinated. Many and many a time Mexicans have said to me, "We are not like the Americans. We do not kill our presidents." They believe, it may be said in passing, that we have killed 5 presidents, not 3. This belief is not unknown in other parts of Latin America and in some European countries. Felix Diaz made to understand. Observer says that Felix Diaz, when he found himself in charge of forces and the Ciudadela and waging an apparently splendid battle against great odds, lost his head. He decided that he should be the leader of the national army and the candidate for the presidency. After a conference with Huerta, Blanquet, and Mondragon, he realized the true state of matters. They gave him clearly to understand that there was no room for his ambition. He might give up all such pretensions, or else prepare for a genuine attack and the capture of the arsenal. He took his lesson. With the victory of the conspiracy, Huerta was to be president, Mondragon minister of war, and Blanquet head of the army. Nothing was done for Felix Diaz. Nothing was intended. Many strange things occur in politics, especially in Mexico, but the course of Felix Diaz is surely run. He has nothing behind him, nothing under him, to warrant future expectations. Men who come back must really have had a following and made achievement. Characteristic of the man and frightfully indicative of personal politics in Mexico was the telegram which he sent to Porfirio Diaz in Paris on the death of President Madero. He congratulated him that he had been avenged. For men like Felix Diaz, the whole great drama of the past 3 years was merely personal in its bearings. Such as he see no meaning, no lesson in events. For him, Francisco I. Madero was merely a personal enemy well got rid of. Thus ended the dreamer, the idealist. There is no question of Madero's earnestness, good disposition, and devotion to the cause which for the moment had his sympathies. But wherever personal politics prevail, success goes to the head. Porfirio Diaz, in 1872, was fighting for effective suffrage, and his battle cry was no re-election. He too fought the battle of the common people, yet when he gained the victory he forgot all, and, intoxicated with glory and power, as a man of iron held himself and his friends in power. Madero did the same, and perhaps if he had lived, he would have rivaled the great dictator in his ability to forget duty and pledges. We say, perhaps, because, after all, things are not the same today as they were in 1876. The common people in Mexico are thinking. A middle class is rising. With Huerta, the old crowd was in the saddle. It appeared as if all the bloodshed and the struggle of the past 3 years had gone for naught. The question of recognition. What was our duty in the matter? Could we recognize a murderer, his hands dripping with blood? Could we have dealings with a monster of treachery who forgot personal and official obligations? The question was serious. On February 25, 1913, Ambassador Wilson, the man who hoped that Mexican youth would learn a lesson of high patriotism from the presence of a monument to Washington in the city of Mexico, sent the following message to our government. In the absence of other reliable information, I am disposed to accept the government version of the affair in which the ex-president and ex-vice president lost their lives. Certainly the violent deaths of these persons were without government approval, and if the deaths were the result of a plot, it was of restricted character and unknown to the higher officers of the government. Mexican public opinion has accepted this view of the affair, and it is not at all excited. The present government appears to be revealing marked evidence of activity, firmness, and prudence, and adhesion to it, as far as I have been able to ascertain, is general throughout the Republic, indicating the early reestablishment of peace. The government as constituted is very friendly to the United States and is desirous of offering effective protection to all foreigners. For the present, American public opinion should deal with the situation calmly and accept with great reserve the lurid and highly colored stories which are being furnished by a few correspondents. The great majority of the correspondents here are trying to deal fairly with the situation. John Bassett Moore quotes the utterance of Franklin Pierce in 1856. It is the established policy of the United States to recognize all governments without question of their source or organization, or of the means by which the governing persons attain their power, provided there be a government de facto accepted by the people of the country. We might well hesitate. Huerta was no great popular hero. His deed had shocked the people deeply. Perhaps it had terrified and cowed them also, but retribution would have come soon. He would have died, as his victim did, at the hands of an assassin, or he would have been hurled from power by a popular uprising. To not have recognized, in simple silence, would have aided the natural course of his elimination. It would have weakened him in his position. It would have strengthened the feeling of hostility against him. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. Huerta and Wilson. We have already indicated that the army was a danger to Madero. In his famous book, he speaks strongly about militarism and its dangers. He was not himself a soldier. He regularly lost engagements where he tried to lead. From the beginning, he distrusted the whole federal army organization. Barra had found it wise to treat the army with conciliation and respect. Madero, for some time after his accession to power, pursued the opposite policy. It chafed him that he, as president, must depend upon the military arm. It will be remembered, too, that the army upon which he must depend was the same army against which he himself had fought. He could not forget that, nor could the soldiers. In this delicate situation, it would have been wise for him to try to gain the affection and sympathy of officers and men. On the contrary, he insisted on placing new and untrained men in high positions. Some of his raw, undisciplined guerrilla leaders under the new order outranked officers who had been carefully trained in theory and practice, and who knew the rules of warfare and of precedence. The crisis in Madero's rule. By December 1912, the weakness of Madero's government was clear to all. He had cut loose from his original helpers and advisers. He had continued many of the old regime in power. He was repeating most of the flagrant errors of Porfirio Diaz. He had practically betrayed every principle of his own plan of San Luis Potosi. He had surrounded himself with unwise advisers and was particularly pliant to the wishes of his brother Gustavo and his vice president Pino Suarez. His cabinet was causing him serious trouble, and he was compelled to dismiss Flores Magón. At the same time, he was forced to summon Manuel Calero from Washington, deposing him from the position of ambassador. There is no doubt that these two men, shrewd and unscrupulous, were plotting against the president. He seems to have recognized the fact in time. It was unfortunate that the fact of Japan still being in mourning for its dead emperor prevented Gustavo Madero's leaving Mexico at that time. His appointment was politic, and his leaving would have been a real relief to the tension of the moment. His not leaving increased the strain. General Mondragón at this time already had his plot, which later met with full success, practically developed. Huerta's work. During the interim government of Barra, General Huerta proved his loyalty repeatedly. It was, however, during that period that Madero gave the old army leader real cause for hatred. Zapata and his bandits were devastating Morelos. President Barra ordered Huerta to take the field and suppress the outbreak. He would no doubt have done it with success, but Madero interfered, begging permission to use his influence with the rebel leader. Zapata fooled him. The government was put to heavy expense, delay, and increased difficulty by his meddling. Later on, when left an actually free hand, Huerta proved his ability to cope successfully with the problem. Had he not been interfered with, Zapatism would have ceased to be a scourge in Mexico. When Madero himself came to power, it was on Huerta that he must depend for suppressing the revolution of Orozco in the north. Among the old leaders who had aided Madero in his revolution, two were from the north. They were Pascual Orozco and Francisco Villa. Between the two, there arose a personal hostility. Later on, when Orozco rose in revolution against Madero, Villa remained loyal. Orozco was always afraid of Villa and rarely went himself in person against him. Villa was brave and popular as leader. He was a bandit by instinct and by practice. When Huerta took the field against Orozco, he laid out a definite plan of campaign. He carried it out in detail and was entirely successful. When Huerta reached Jimenez and established headquarters at that place, Villa came to him from Parral, where he had been operating. At the same time, citizens from Parral came to Huerta to complain of the treatment they had suffered at Villa's hands. They claimed that he had made a forced loan of 280,000 pesos. General Huerta ordered him to restore this sum of money and to go with his soldiers to reinforce Rábago. Villa, unaccustomed to take orders, disobeyed the general-in-chief in both matters and showed a threatening disposition to interfere with his plan of action. As was proper and in accordance with the laws of war, Huerta ordered him to be made prisoner and executed. Huerta yielded, however, to the request of Colonel Navarrete and the petition of Villa himself, and sent the mutinous guerrilla leader to Mexico for trial. There he was placed in prison and should have paid the penalty of his disobedience. He escaped, and it was well understood that the president himself connived in the affair. In fact, Villa more than once thereafter boasted that he had escaped on account of Madero's friendship. It is not strange that Huerta despised and hated his employer, who set him difficult tasks and then threw every difficulty in the way of executing them. Cost of the 9 days' battle. These are only some of the many sources of irritation which produced dislike and hatred between the two men, whom from their positions should be friends. The 9 days' battle in Mexico came on. Whatever may be its inner history, its cost was hideous. Quote, 1,500 dead, 5,000 wounded, 50 buildings damaged, the military prison of Santiago with all its attached constructions destroyed by fire, the general prison of Belém ruined, and the courtrooms which were in it totally destroyed and sacked, the electric installations of light, telephones, and tramways put out of service, dead, smoking rubbish, ruin everywhere, and 40 million pesos in material losses. End quote. As the result of it, Madero fell and Huerta came to power. It may be well enough to state the exact constitutionality of his induction into office. Congress received and accepted the resignations of President Madero and Vice President Pino Suarez. It called Pedro Lascurain, Minister of Foreign Relations, to the position of interim president. This was in accordance with constitutional practice. Lascurain was at once sworn into office. The presiding officer then declared the Congress closed, and the session of the House having been again called, a report was read from the Sub-Secretary of Foreign Affairs, in which it was stated that the interim president had named General Victoriano Huerta Minister of Gobernación. A half-hour later, Lascurain presented his resignation of the charge which had been given to him. His resignation was accepted, and Congress at once named in his place, in accordance with the law, General Huerta. It is very interesting to notice in this moment of excitement and disorder the cautious care taken to actually meet the legal requirements in the case. 2 results. Results of the assumption of power by Huerta and the murder of Madero and Pino Suarez were quick in showing themselves. They were, first, a rising in the north, and second, the development and application of a definite policy upon the part of the United States. Revolution in the north. For a moment the nation was stunned by the spectacular battle in the city, the seizure of power by Huerta, and the murder of Madero and Pino Suarez. It looked as if the plotters would have no trouble, but very soon there was revolution in the north. The 2 chief leaders associated with it have been Venustiano Carranza and Francisco Villa. Both were associated with Madero in his revolution of 1910. Carranza, in a sense, may be considered the beginning of that revolution, as it was his unsuccessful running for the position of governor of Coahuila which began the contest. He was a member of Madero's cabinet when he was provisional president at Juarez. After the revolution, he was governor of Coahuila, at first provisionally imposed by Madero during the interim, and later constitutional governor by election. Carranza and Villa took the field against the new government, calling themselves constitutionalists and aiming first at the avenging of the death of their old leader, and second, the restoration of constitutional government. They have ever since been in the field and have gained victory after victory until practically the whole north of Mexico is in their power. In connection with their struggle, there have been many border battles, and hundreds of refugees, citizens, and federal soldiers have been forced across the boundary line to take refuge in our country. When these refugees have been soldiers, they have been disarmed and quartered by orders of our government. The charges to which we go in supporting them in the temporary camps established under the control of our soldiery will ultimately form a proper claim against the government of Mexico. Carranza and Villa. Carranza has shown himself somewhat of a leader. He is primarily a theorizer rather than a practical man of affairs. He has, however, shown fair powers of organization and control. Interviews with him have from time to time been printed which indicate that he is thirsting for revenge. Revenge first for the death of the fallen leader, and second, that revenge which is natural to military leaders after victory. He has made his list of the proscribed, individuals whom he announces will be pitilessly executed the moment he is in power in Mexico. It is certain, however, that there have already been differences of opinion between Villa and Carranza. Of the two, Villa is the stronger character. Should Carranza ever come to power and Villa remain in life, it is to be expected that the story of Madero Huerta will be repeated. Villa has tasted power. He thirsts for more. Brooking no authority, undisciplined, he would think as little of removing his present leader as of shooting scores of defenseless federal prisoners at Juarez. Our newspapers have recently contained much interesting matter regarding the practical socialism of the bandit leader in Chihuahua. He has seized all sorts of private property, institutions, public utilities, and operates them by his individual will for so-called public benefit. North versus South. One of the most interesting recent articles on Mexican affairs in an American journal emphasizes the feeling between the North and South of Mexico. Its writer claims that the progressive awakening consciousness, struggling toward improvement, is confined to the North. He considers that Madero's fall was due to the fact of his being a northern man placed in power in the city of Mexico. The thought of the author deserves consideration, but he overstates it. It is not true that the common people in the city of Mexico and the lesser cities of the South are not thinking, and with result. Nor is it true that Madero's downfall was the result of the strong feeling between North and South. That no doubt had its influence, but it is certain that if Carranza, Villa, or both came into power in Mexico, this feeling will seriously affect their position and endanger their continuance in power. It is also true that under all circumstances the federal army will always be drawn chiefly from the South, and there will always be hostility between it on the one side and any leader from the scantily populated districts of the North, especially when they have fought against each other. Attitude of the United States. The second notable result of the 9 days' battle and the assumption of power by Huerta was the position which the United States has taken. The battle in the city of Mexico took place just as Taft's administration was coming to an end. He desired so far as possible to avoid committing the incoming administration to a policy. His attitude, therefore, was one of no interference. On February 9 it was announced that there would be no landing of Marines unless Americans were killed or wounded. It was realized that the situation was dangerous and that anarchy was threatening from the lack of a strong man to take control. It was recognized that foreign nations had claims and wanted peace, but that they had redress by direct diplomatic dealing with Mexico, though stopped from active intervention by the Monroe Doctrine. Mr. Wilson's statement. Very soon after coming into power, Mr. Wilson announced that his administration desires, quote, the most cordial understanding and cooperation between the peoples and leaders of America, end quote. He said, quote, cooperation is possible only when supported at every turn by the orderly processes of just government based upon law, not upon arbitrary or irregular force. We hold, as I am sure all thoughtful leaders of Republican government everywhere hold, that just government rests always upon the consent of the governed, and that there can be no freedom without order based upon law and the public conscience and approval. We shall look to make these principles the basis of mutual intercourse, respect, and helpfulness between our sister republics and ourselves. We shall lend our influence of every kind to the realization of these principles in fact and practice, knowing that disorder, personal intrigue, and defiance of constitutional rights weaken and discredit government, and injure none so much as the people who are unfortunate enough to have their common life and their common affairs so disturbed. We can have no sympathy with those who seek to seize power of government to further their own personal ambition. We are the friends of peace, but we know that there can be no lasting or stable peace in such circumstances. As friends, therefore, we shall prefer those who act in the interests of peace and honor, who protect private rights and respect the restraints of constitutional provision. Mutual respect seems to us the indispensable foundation of friendship between states as between individuals." End quote. The United States has nothing to seek in Latin America, quote, "save lasting interests of the people and the security of governments intended for the people and for no special group of interest." End quote. Good offices. There is no question that President Wilson has been impelled by the highest motives. There is very serious question whether his policy has been successful. On August 3rd, it was reported from Washington that there would be no armed intervention. Quote, "President Wilson is willing and eager to help Mexico help herself. It is expected that in a few days he will offer the good offices of the United States toward the settlement of the Republic's internal dissensions. The President hopes the factions will accept the offer, but if they do not, there will be no intervention. If an election is held and a stable government established, it will be recognized, but if no election is permitted and Huerta remains in power, he will not be recognized by the American government." End quote. The position of a nation which offers its good offices toward the settlement of another nation's internal dissensions is necessarily delicate. In its very nature, it is an attack upon sovereignty. It is a far more serious matter than to offer to act as intermediary between two nations. It should be undertaken only when any misunderstanding is impossible. It could therefore never be properly undertaken with regard to Mexico. It is true that for a long time we have been meddling in the private affairs of other nations. We have browbeaten and abused Panama, Nicaragua, and other Central and South American republics until we have become blind to the actual meaning of our action. We have made and unmade presidents. We have done these things at the dictation of money interests or for special points in our own politics. With the coming into power of the Democratic Party with Mr. Wilson at its head, we might naturally have hoped that such attacks upon sovereignty of other nations would cease. Such seems not to be the case. John Lynd's mission. Refusing to recognize Huerta's government was entirely within our rights. Such non-recognition by itself would have helped the natural elimination of the man in a short space of time. But we did more than simply fail to recognize his government. Mr. Wilson, in the pursuit of a policy strange and inexplicable, sent his private spokesman and personal representative, John Lind, to Mexico with certain suggestions. What was Mr. Lind's status? Whom did he represent? Was he the spokesman and personal representative of the President of the United States, armed with authority to act? Or was he the private letter-carrier of Mr. Wilson, an amiable and well-meaning individual? With whom could he deal? What could he do? The people of the United States were kept in absolute ignorance for days. The newspapers indulged in all sorts of surmises and suggestions. It was queried whether Mr. Lind would be maltreated personally, whether he would be deported at Vera Cruz as an undesirable alien, whether Mexico would get angry and declare war against us. There were days of mystery, suggestions of differences, rumors that negotiations had been discontinued and that Mr. Lind was on the point of returning to this country. Behind it all loomed up some vague impalpable which was sure to happen if Mexico failed to meet our demands. The demands. It is a question whether Mr. Lind's presentation of President Wilson's suggestions or demands was not itself a recognition of Huerta's government. However this may be, the Mexican government treated John Lind with every courtesy. They received him, which they were under no obligation to do, as a mark of appreciation of President Wilson's good intentions. After all, the matter proved, quote, "the labor of a mountain and the birth of a mouse." End quote. The 4 demands made by President Wilson were as follows. 1. Agreement to a cessation of hostilities throughout Mexico and to a definite armistice. 2. Provision for a free and early election for President. 3. President Huerta not to be a candidate for re-election. 4. All factions to agree to abide by the result. In their very nature, these demands were ridiculous. The first was an impossibility. The second would take place in the nature of things and had already been provided for. The third involves a delicate constitutional point, fully appreciated by the Mexican people, and one only for them to consider. The fourth is an entirely academic provision which could never be operative in any country at a time of real political excitement. Reply of Mexico. There is no question that the responses made by Huerta's government were dignified and better based in diplomatic usage than our demands. It is unfortunate that we have not space to quote in detail. We will only give the following as a sample. In a second note, Wilson insisted on an immediate answer only to the demand that Huerta be eliminated from the electoral contest and that the other points could be taken up later on. Gamboa, Huerta's Secretary of Foreign Relations, in his note of answer, said that his first answer might stand for a reply to this demand, quote, but that Huerta, desiring to exercise extreme forbearance, was willing to make further explanations to the suggestion of Wilson that if the Mexican government, quote, acts immediately and favorably, he would express to American bankers and their associates assurances that the government will look with favor upon the extension of an immediate loan sufficient to meet the temporary needs of the present administration, end quote. Gamboa replied, quote, there could not be a loan big enough offered to induce those entrusted with the national dignity to put that dignity aside, end quote. Quote, not only would we forego our sovereignty, but our destiny as a separate entity, and all future elections for president would be submitted to the veto of any president of the United States. Such an enormity no government will ever attempt to perpetrate, end quote. The result of the president's proposition to Mexico was to greatly strengthen President Huerta's hold upon his people. He had not before been a popular leader. From now he was to be more or less such a one. An exodus ordered. Immediately after sending his report to Congress, President Wilson urged Americans to leave Mexico. Those who were unable to bear the expense of their own transportation were to be aided in making the exodus. An appropriation of $100,000 was provided for the needs of the refugees. The government claimed that 2 or 3 years before there had been 60,000 Americans in the Republic of Mexico. This number had fallen to 1/6 of that amount, or less. The embassy and consulates were ordered to inform all Americans of the president's warning. This action was most injudicious. It is possible that Americans in remote and mountain regions were in danger, but if so, they already knew their peril and should have taken steps to save themselves. The greater part of the Americans in the Mexican Republic were in no danger. At the city of Mexico itself, the American residents were at a loss to understand the warning. Dr. John W. Butler, at the head of the Methodist missions of the country, telegraphed to his home board as follows, quote, Washington instructions for American exodus much resented by colony. Reasons given appear inadequate. Union Mission Conference representing 4 churches objects except from disturbed territory. What does the board recommend in present emergency? End quote. Charles E. Cummings, superintendent of the Mexican Telegraph Company, telegraphed, quote, during the 32 years' residence in Mexico, I never received better treatment than now. And if it comes to the worst between the 2 countries, I am willing to trust the safety of myself and family to the hospitality and protection of the Mexican people." End quote. Stones are thrown at dogs that run. If Mr. Wilson desired to jeopardize the lives of Americans resident in the Republic of Mexico, he could have done it in no other way better than by this hysterical suggestion. Huerta's coup d'etat. On October 10, Huerta made a coup d'etat. Dr. Belisario Dominguez, senator for Chiapas, had disappeared. It was believed that he had met with foul play, and that the president was at the bottom of the mystery. 110 members of the House of Deputies lodged a resolution of warning to Huerta on account of this affair, claiming that they should abandon the capital and hold their meetings elsewhere, owing to a lack of guarantees of personal security. When the House of Deputies came again in session, soldiers were found in possession. Minister Aldape read a communication from the president in which he demanded the withdrawal of this resolution. On refusal to do so, the refractory deputies were arrested and thrown in prison. Congress was dissolved, and the election of a new Congress ordered. The date of the election had been fixed for October 25. 4 candidates for president were in the lead, the most conspicuous being Federico Gamboa, nominated by the Catholic Party. The others were Felix Diaz, Manuel Calero, and David de la Fuente. The vote cast was very small, and practically none of these candidates figured prominently. On the contrary, General Huerta was declared upon the 30th to have been elected president, and General Blanquet vice president. Under the circumstances, this coup d'etat and the following election were bold strokes on Huerta's part. They could only have been carried through on account of the fact that the old man had been rendered stubborn by opposition and strong by apparent persecution from without. On November 15, our newspapers reported Huerta as saying in answer to an inquiry, quote, "Oh no, I shall not quit. I shall continue just as I have been doing, to put forth my best efforts to bring about the pacification of the country and thus fulfill the promise I made on taking office." End quote. Mr. Lind is at this time reported as threatening the withdrawal of the American embassy and the landing of Marines. In the same newspaper, this comment is made, quote, "Thus, once again, Huerta has flouted the United States. If the President would adopt the recommendations of some of his advisers, he would throw troops into Mexico City, oust Huerta, establish a provisional president in office, and withdraw." End quote. It is strange how easy it is for the ordinary reporter to solve affairs of state. Shutting off resources. President Wilson naturally was much offended at the miscarriage of his plans. In pursuance of his policy of watchful waiting, he decided next to cut off sinews of war from Huerta. Not only would he object to our own bankers furnishing loans to the existing government of Mexico, but he would so represent the matter to foreign nations as to interfere with their supplying the urgent needs of the Republic. Here again, unquestionably he interfered unwarrantably with the affairs of our sister nation. Huerta can for some time secure forced loans within his own territory. Such loans necessarily entail serious suffering upon the community. Local banks and legitimate enterprises alike must suffer during the period of disciplining the president, who with Indian tenacity holds to his office. It is easy enough to dream of subsequent reimbursement, but millions in the future cannot compensate for the impossibility of meeting present needs for thousands. Mystery of Pass Christian. While President Wilson was at Pass Christian, there was a mysterious visit to him there. The United States has not yet been taken fully into confidence in this matter, but it is pretty certain that on that occasion representatives of the newly organized Catholic party made some proposition to the president. It is suspected that the effort there made was to have him agree with them upon a mutually satisfactory candidate for president. History repeats itself, and we can only be reminded of that time in the 60s when a body, chiefly representing the Church party, visited Europe and invited an intervening sovereign. Hale and Carranza. In his efforts to down Huerta, President Wilson has sent his personal representative, Mr. Hale, to confer with Carranza and the Constitutionalists. Carranza refused to deal in any way with Huerta. He demanded his elimination. He, however, absolutely refused to sell the Constitutionalist Party to the United States, and demanded that Mr. Hale present credentials. This is actually the shrewdest thing put to the credit of Carranza. The embargo lifted. The latest step in the battle between the two presidents has been the lifting of the embargo upon arms and ammunition from this country into the territory of the Constitutionalist forces. It is doubtful whether in practice it may amount to much. How much further the government may be going than merely lifting the embargo is uncertain. There has at no time been difficulty since 1910 in bringing arms across the border into Mexico. Of course, if we supply arms or sell at advantageous prices, that will aid the rebels in the field. It is amusing, however, and saddening to find ourselves backing Villa and Carranza at the present. The avowed reason for hostility to Huerta is his bloody hands. His are clean compared with Villa's, and there must come a time of readjustment in Chihuahua. Villa's socialism makes a good newspaper story, but sometime it must be dealt with, and those private rights which President Wilson asserts should be respected, must be guarded. Are we really ready to endorse Villa's particular form of government at the present moment? A dangerous precedent may be involved. The present status. What is the status at this time? We have impaired a nation's sovereignty, a serious matter. We have prolonged a bloody conflict, with hideous cruelties and frightful loss. We have entrenched a man in power whose natural elimination was desirable and would soon have come about. We have produced ruin and disaster by a hysterical cry of exodus. We have made it impossible legally to collect damages by refusing to recognize a de facto government. We are encouraging and abetting flagrant abuse of individual rights of property. All this we have done and are still doing with the best intentions in the world. End of section 31. Section 32 of Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. Japan and Mexico. Some papers of January 5, 1914, contain the following. Paris, January 4. Professor Guglielmo Fajardo, the Italian historian and critic, has an article on Japan and America in Le Figaro today. He begins by saying that probably few persons have paid attention to the cable dispatches describing the warm welcome accorded by the Japanese to Francisco de la Barra, the special Mexican envoy who went to Tokyo to express to the Mikado the thanks of the Mexican Republic for Japan's participation in the celebration of the Centennial of Mexican Independence 3 years ago. The Italian writer believes that the honors accorded to Signor de la Barra 3 years after the events for which he returned thanks are part of Japan's quote-unquote curious American policy. It is unlikely that the great Italian historian really said just this, but undoubtedly our people will accept the statement as his utterance. Old relations between Japan and Mexico. In 1910 we were guests at Sendai, northern Japan. My companion was my Mexican photographer, Manuel Gonzalez. We spent an afternoon with Mr. Date, the lineal descendant of the famous old Lord of Sendai, Date Masamune. Our host was particularly interested in my companion. It is possible that he had never seen a Mexican. He inquired with interest about Mexico and its people. He told us with evident and justifiable pride that 300 years ago his famous ancestor had sent a delegation to Rome by way of Mexico. That delegation has entered into history. It was an important link between the extreme Orient and Europe. It is particularly interesting that Mexico was the midpoint in the connection. Trade relations between the two countries were once important. During viceroyal days, galleons were regularly fitted out from Acapulco to carry the productions of Europe and America to the Philippines, Japan, and China. Many things came back in exchange, and there are still numbers of fine old pieces of Chinese and Japanese porcelain, furniture, lacquer, silks, and other fabrics treasured in Mexican families. There were religious contacts also. Spanish missionaries went to the Orient via Mexico, and Mexican priests as well. The famous Felipe de Jesus, known as the Proto-Martyr, was a missionary from Mexico to Japan who found his death in that country. A ghastly print, often repeated, represents the unfortunate 26 missionary priests crucified near Nagasaki. But while relations between Japan and Mexico were ancient and varied, they ceased for a long time, and for generations the two countries were largely out of touch, though relations were never completely destroyed. Japan's commercial growth. With the development of Japan's commercial interests, the two countries are again in contact. Japanese settlers in considerable numbers have moved into the Republic. At Juchitán in southern Oaxaca, we found a hotel kept by a Japanese in 1898. There has been a constant trickling in of Japanese laborers for the last score of years. For the most part, they have been well received, and until lately have aroused little, if any, hostility. Japanese steamers serve Victoria in British Columbia, Tacoma, Seattle, and San Francisco, but they also serve Salina Cruz and Manzanillo on the coast of Mexico, and go down the whole South American coast and even around Cape Horn. Comparatively few Americans realize that Japan is one of the great commercial nations of the world. Her lines of steamers are surpassed only by those of Great Britain and Germany. Transportation is one of Japan's great industries. It is legitimate business. It is a necessary development. It is as natural that Japan should be a great shipping nation as it is that Great Britain should be so, and for precisely the same reason. Japan, until a few years back, has been an island empire. The cultivatable area within her territory is small and incapable of much extension. The population is numerous and crowded. Japan is driven to manufacture and trade, to shipping, as inevitably as Great Britain was. There is no accident in it. It is no deep and dark scheme of the politicians which makes her a world carrier. But in connection with her rise to importance in world trade, suspicion arises in our country. The scare about Magdalena Bay. Not long ago our papers were filled with rumors of plots and schemes against ourselves in connection with Magdalena Bay. Senator Lodge and others turned suspicion into accusation. Our yellow journals were filled with hostile criticisms, and statesmen of the Hobson type talked about our unpreparedness for war and made desperate appeals for a great army. Undoubtedly, the Japanese steamship company wanted a footing in Magdalena Bay. It needs a footing at many points along the Pacific coast. It must have it, it will no doubt secure it, but in such a convenience for commercial development there lurks no serious danger. The justice of Japan's position. The delicate point, of course, is the fact that the Japanese government is said to be a partner in the shipping company. There is a certain amount of truth in the claim, but it counts for little. Miss Simcox, in her interesting studies of primitive civilization, recognizes two kinds of civilization, to which she gives the name domestic and political. The terms are happily chosen and name two actually different conditions and points of view. Japan and China are domestic civilizations. The fact that they are such is the secret of their long existence. It is the reason for the relatively great happiness of their teeming populations. If white men were as crowded as the Chinese and Japanese, life under our form of social organization would be not only wretched in the extreme, but actually unendurable. The fundamental idea of domestic civilization is the subordination of the individual to the group. Japan and China have existed with their teeming populations on account of this altruistic principle. In domestic civilization, the interest of the mass is preeminent. In political civilization, individualism is the rule and selfish advantage the aim. In domestic civilization, the government must do for the people far more than it does or can do in individualism. In Japan, the people endure what we would consider a heavy weight of taxation, not only without outbreak, but without difficulty or suffering. The government returns to the taxed population far more than we do. Not only does the Japanese government carry mails for the citizens, it conducts the telegraphs and telephones, the railroads, irrigation systems, adjustment of land boundaries, and 1,000 other matters of public utility. In Japan, the government deals with the problem of distribution of population. It encourages emigration from crowded districts of limited opportunity into scantily settled regions of larger promise. It aids the man who is willing to go from Osaka or Hiroshima to the Hokkaido or to Korea. If necessary, it supplies him not only transportation, but tools or even the opportunity of setting up in business. This is not political scheming aimed to the undoing of other nations. It is the natural working out of the fundamental idea of social and governmental organization. From this point of view, it is as natural that the Japanese government should be interested in its shipping enterprises as in any other branch of national development. It is as natural, if you please, that the Japanese government should be a partner in the steamship companies as that she should carry mails, disinfect villages, control the health conditions of cities, and distribute seed grain to famine-stricken districts. Only a complete ignorance of the fundamentals of domestic civilization can excuse a writer or a public speaker for criticizing this interest in shipping enterprises and considering it political plotting. Japan has a perfect right to her system, so has China. It is true that our own selfish and individualistic system is so different that we dislike the other way, and even, as Mr. Millard in his various writings does, demand that those great nations should conform to our ideas and play the game according to our rules. It is not only unreasonable for us to make such a demand, it is hopeless. And if the matter were to be decided by opinion and majority rule were to apply, It would be more proper for Japan to demand that we conform to their ideals and point of view. Curiously and interestingly, the whole trend of the blind movements taking place in European and American nations is actually in the direction of their system. Magdalena Bay is not a menace. Japanese shipping lines have a right to terminal facilities. The fact that the Japanese government is interested in them does not make the effort to secure conveniences a political plotting. There is not, unless by our own folly we force the attitude in the negotiations regarding this matter, any unfriendliness nor hint of warlike preparation. The matter of the special envoy. But we return to the reputed utterance of Professor Ferrero. 28 nations participated in the Mexican Centennial celebration. They showed their sympathy and friendship to Mexico in her hour of glory. International courtesy demanded return delegates carrying the thanks of the nation for their friendship. Promptly after the celebration, official delegates were named and sent to all the participating nations with the thanks of Mexico. To all we say, there was one exception. The thanks of the nation were not promptly carried to Japan. The first appointment. The story is a curious one. Fate itself seems to have been interested in preventing the courtesy. At the time when delegations were named and appointments made to France and Germany, Belgium, the United States, and Argentina, and to all the rest, there was indeed a delegate appointed for carrying the national thanks to Japan. It was Porfirio Diaz, Jr., son of the president, who was appointed. He was a young man of amiable disposition, quite harmless in diplomacy and politics. The appointment was looked upon as a plum. A trip to Japan at the government's expense was a nice little outing. But the moment was a bad one. The celebration of the centennial filled the month of September. In November, Aquiles Cerdan met his death, and the Madero revolution was on. The whole country was ablaze. The rebellion, which at first seemed insignificant, gained strength. The Diaz power began to totter. The old president found himself deserted by those whom he had trusted. He did not know upon whom he could depend. In that hour of trial he was sadly shaken. He could trust his son, and disliked to be left alone in the moment of crisis. One day after another was set for the young man's departure. Each time the old man's fears prevented his starting, and the date was deferred. Señor Efren Robledo, representative of the legation of Mexico in Tokyo, was in the city of Mexico, waiting for young Diaz to accompany him to the land of the rising sun. Finally, after several postponements, he could wait no longer for the official delegate, and went back alone to his official duties. I called upon Señor Robledo the day he left the city of Mexico. He was busy packing his trunks, and complained bitterly over the long delay and over the fact that, after all, he had to make the journey without companionship. A few weeks later, and Porfirio Diaz fell. The thanks of the nation had not been carried to Japan. The second appointment. There followed the interregnum. Francisco de la Barra was too busy with complicated matters to think of sending thanks to anyone. The fall elections placed Francisco I. Madero in the presidential chair. Some months, of course, were necessary before the machinery of government was moving smoothly. Then it was remembered that the thanks of the nation had not been carried to Japan for her participation in the centennial. Just as Porfirio Diaz considered the occasion fit for a pleasure excursion for a member of his family, so Madero thought he would give a near relative an outing. Accordingly, Gustavo Madero was appointed official delegate of the nation to carry thanks to the Japanese Empire. Again, I was in the city of Mexico at the time set for the departure of the delegate. Farewell banquets were given by the friends of the appointee. But before the sailing, it was realized that the death of the Mikado made the moment an unfavorable one for the occasion. The departure of the delegate was postponed until the period of mourning should be past. The Reyes-Diaz revolution came on. The 9 days' battle in the city of Mexico took place. Not only the president himself was murdered, but his brother Gustavo was assassinated. The thanks of Mexico were still untold. Felix Diaz. Again a period of uncertainty. As Huerta, however, gained a firmer hold upon the government, it was again realized that courtesy demanded that a delegate be sent with thanks to Japan. The realization of this fact coincided with the desirableness of the absence from the city of Felix Diaz. If Huerta were to continue in power, if he were to be a successful candidate for the election, it were better that Felix Diaz, nephew of the old president and a man of no particular significance but still a possible candidate, should be out of Mexico. Accordingly, he was the one chosen for the official duty of conveying thanks to Japan. His mission proved a fiasco. The Japanese government refused to receive him. This refusal was certainly unwise. One of two things is true. Either the United States government made representations to Tokyo that we did not wish the delegate to be received, or it did not make such representations. If Washington did make such representations to Tokyo, the Japanese government should have politely but clearly indicated that the matter was one which did not concern us, and in which she should pursue whatever policy seemed best to her. If Washington did not make such representations to Tokyo, the action of the Japanese government could only be considered as an act of uncalled-for effort to conciliate the United States by an ostentatious display of friendliness towards us. Whatever was the fact, the act was most unwise, and unquestionably the Japanese government recognized its error promptly. There was a natural outcry on the part of the Japanese people. A friendly nation with whom Japan had treaties had been insulted needlessly. It is unlikely that the Japanese people were alone in making this expression of feeling to the Foreign Office in Japan. Not only was Mexico treated shabbily by the refusal to receive its delegate, every Latin American republic was offended, and in one way or another must have made its feeling known in Tokyo. It would be strange indeed if European countries as well, watching with care the movement of international politics, did not express surprise to the Japanese government over the uncalled-for incivility to Mexico. And finally, de la Barra. Under such circumstances, it is not astonishing that the next man appointed by the Mexican government should have been received with distinguished courtesy. Señor de la Barra, in December last, reached Tokyo, finally bringing the long-delayed thanks of the Mexican people and government for Japan's participation in her celebration. He was received with open arms. When the emperor granted him an interview, he was decorated by the imperial hand. It is unlikely that any public business of weight was transacted between the two governments. It is more than likely that the whole was merely an exchange of international courtesies. It is true, however, that de la Barra is a very different man from either of the early nominees. No department of foreign affairs that has ever existed in Mexico would for an instant think of entrusting matters of consequence and delicate diplomatic negotiations to Porfirio Diaz Jr., to Gustavo Madero, or to Felix Diaz. Porfirio Diaz Jr. was a nice young man of no political significance. Gustavo Madero was shrewd, a wrecker in politics, but no diplomat. Felix Diaz has ever been a failure in military matters, politics, and diplomacy. It is absolutely certain that no one of the three would have been trusted by either president or department with a matter of consequence. Francisco de la Barra is different. He could have been entrusted with important business. He might have treated business of importance, but it is highly unlikely that he did so. His absence from Mexico was desired by President Huerta, and most desirable from his own point of view. The Mexicans are too shrewd to approach Japan seriously at this crisis, and Japan is too wise to receive overtures from a tottering government like Huerta's. No, the warmth of de la Barra's reception in Japan was an atonement for an act of bad judgment. It was not hostility to the United States. End of section 32. Section 33 of Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. What will come? Prophecy is a thankless task. No matter how reasonable prediction seems to be, no matter upon what certainties it rests, it is usually a failure. The best laid schemes of mice and men gang oft ugly. The best constructed schemes of what will happen are rarely realized. We will not prophesy, but let us look over the field and see what cannot happen, what may occur. Where is the man? Where is the man for Mexico's present crisis? History shows us that in the hour of greatest need a hero generally arises. It has always been so, it will continue to be true. Mexico's history is full of instances. The gentle priest of an obscure town seemed little likely to become a great leader, yet Hidalgo was the very man necessary for the raising of the standard of revolt. He himself did not see the triumph, but he was the man waited for. Juarez, insignificant Indian, came to the front in the hour of need. No one better than he, with his Indian doggedness and stubbornness, could lead the desperate hope of Republican Mexico through the uncertain days of the Intervention Empire. Diaz himself was the man of the hour. His peculiar qualities fitted him for the task which had to be done if Mexico were to develop. Madero again appeared in the hour of need. He was the representative of the spirit rising among the people. The hour was ripe. A man was necessary to demonstrate the weakness of the house of cards which the great dictator had reared. So in the history of other countries. Simón Bolívar, a brilliant leader, man of great magnetism, but far mightier with word and pen than with his sword, became the savior of a continent. The crisis itself produced him. So when we, rent by bitter partisan strife, facing great moral questions, facing national division, needed a man as leader, the man appeared. Our greatest crisis brought forth a Lincoln. In Mexico, if the nation is permitted to work out its own destiny, a man will certainly arise. Who will he be and why? At one time, the natural man to lead the republic along the path of progress and legitimate development was certainly Bernardo Reyes. Twice at least under the old regime he might have led a successful revolution. Had he done so, he had done much for Mexico, and his name would be remembered as a great leader. He was actually a popular idol. His name was on every tongue, and the common people looked to him for leadership. He was loved by his soldiers and was trained for military leadership. He had ideas of education and government. He had experience, and while he was governor, his state was happy by comparison with others of the republic. But his day ended long ago. When he withdrew his candidacy for vice president to please Porfirio Diaz, he destroyed all possibility of ever leading his nation. Was he, after all, a coward, or was he stirred by sentiment and personal affection? Or what was the weak point in his character which prevented his acting when he might have acted, when he should have acted? When he finally did act, it was too late. His hostility to Madero in the city of Mexico before the election of 1911 was puerile. His invasion of November was a sadly weak fiasco. His death before the palace in a treacherous attack against the man who spared his life was a hideous ending of a life which once had promised great results. Porfirio Diaz. Looking the present field over, who is available? All sorts of ridiculous suggestions have been made. One of the least sensible, laughable if it were not so foolish, is that Porfirio Diaz should be recalled from Paris. Let the old man rest and end his days in quiet comfort. He long outlasted his period of successful government. He went, too late for his own honor and for his country's good. In 1910, the year of the Centennial celebration, he was admitted to be 80 years of age. Today he is officially 84. There is a curious difference of opinion as to the age of Porfirio Diaz. While his announced age is what we have just stated, it is claimed by many that, for some personal reason, his age has always been misrepresented, and that in reality he is 5 years older than he claims. If so, he is today a man of almost 89. The idea of recalling a man of this advanced age to power is ridiculous. Porfirio Diaz is a man whose simple life and abstemious living have made him seem much younger than his years. But everyone who saw him in the last 2 years of his administration knows that he was breaking. The last reports from Paris state that he is yielding to advancing deafness. Infirmity and age render him completely unavailable. Zapata. Will Zapata answer? The asking of the question is needless. Zapata is a brigand. He glories in arson, rapine, and plunder. He is a popular leader of desperate men who wish to loot, steal, and destroy. He is the ideal bandit leader, but has not a single quality of the national ruler. He has no sense of honor. His promise has no binding force. It would be as impossible for foreign nations to deal with a government headed by Zapata as with anarchy itself. Zapata is a danger to any government. He will no doubt cause trouble in the future. When once a leader, with money at his disposition and a trained army, holds power in Mexico, his first duty will be to clear the country west of Mexico of Zapata and his followers. The man is plausible. He can state the crying needs of the common people forcibly. He can easily point out the errors of Madero and the failure of Huerta to keep his promises, but he shows none of the qualities of constructive statesmanship. Pascual Orozco. Would Pascual Orozco do? It is true that today's papers announce his death. Whether the news prove true or not, it is worthwhile to consider the question. A popular war correspondent draws a pleasing picture of Pascual Orozco as a schoolboy studying his book and gaining a broader outlook, an ideal for realization. Several other Americans seem to have been favorably impressed with the famous guerrilla leader when they saw him with Madero in front of Juarez. But would he do as president? Nothing of his public career indicates it. No doubt Orozco learned to read and write. Through that learning, undoubtedly he gained a broader view. But that training and his broader view led naturally only to the work of arriero, or convoy for ore or bullion on its way from the mines where produced to a point of shipment. There is nothing to suggest that he had any higher ambitions or that he grappled with public questions. When Madero's revolution broke out, Pascual Orozco promptly joined with it. To him, Madero owed considerable. He was daring in his attacks upon the federal soldiers. He was, however, badly disciplined, a man of variable impulses. He seems to have had little loyalty, less of sentimental friendship. When Madero was in power, Pascual Orozco went to the capital city to receive his share of profit. Given $50,000, he demanded $50,000 more. Failing to secure it, he became an enemy of the Madero regime. It was easy for him to secure leadership and money from the Terrazas interests. He fought, in other words, for whoever would pay him best. When the Carranza revolution gained headway, there was nothing left for him that promised cash except federal leadership, and we find him in Huerta's forces. Nothing that Pascual Orozco has ever done warrants the assumption that he is presidential timber. Pancho Villa. What about General Villa? Strikingly, in the events of the last 3 years in Mexico, it has been shown that the only safe man is a dead man. 2 men were spared by Madero when their lives were forfeited. Madero himself had reason to regret the reprieve he granted Felix Diaz. Huerta today has profound reason to regret the reprieve granted by Madero to General Villa. The man has proved a good soldier. He has always been known as one of bandit instincts. He is cruel, pitiless. It is not impossible that he might emerge from the present conflict with considerable military glory. If he does, it is to be expected that he may aspire to power in government. Villa as president of Mexico is conceivable, but his elevation to the highest office of the nation would be unfortunate. Should it take place, his period of control would certainly be limited. He might perhaps fill up time until the preparation of a more worthy candidate. Felix Diaz. There has been much talk of Felix Diaz for the position. No one who knows the man and the nation could talk seriously of it. Newspaper writers have asserted that he is a quote-unquote popular idol. He is not, never has been, never will be a popular idol. He was a heavy burden for his uncle through the years. A man with absolutely no mental power, without ideas, without ideals. Porfirio Diaz was ready to do much for him. Felix Diaz was sent to Chile as the diplomatic representative of Mexico. His stay was short. His name was tentatively suggested several times for the governor of the state of Oaxaca or of Puebla. When it is remembered that in those days the old man made governors and unmade them at will, the fact that Felix Diaz was actually never made governor of either state proves how thoroughly his uncle recognized his lack of fitness and his enormous unpopularity. He was indeed sometime the chief of police of the city of Mexico, but he was a misfit. After every failure to place him elsewhere, Porfirio Diaz regularly made his nephew the head of his own personal bodyguard, where he could at once take care of him and see that he did a minimum of harm. His lack of judgment and of skill in developing a plan of action were strikingly brought out in his fiasco at Veracruz in October 1912. His vacillation, weakness of character, and cowardice came out fully in connection with his futile mission to Japan and the events which grew out of it. Only the most ignorant observer of Mexican affairs could seriously urge him as a presidential possibility. Vasquez Gomez. There is more propriety in the mention of the Vasquez Gomez brothers. Emilio and Francisco Vasquez Gomez have been leaders in the democratic struggle which has now been waging in Mexico since 1910. They have been conspicuous in the councils of the anti-re-election leagues. One of them was the legitimate candidate for vice president upon the ticket with Madero for president. One of them has been more than once proclaimed provisional president of Mexico. The proclamation has always taken place when the man himself was in a place of safety, El Paso or near the border. One or the other has held position in connection with the movements of the day. No one denies that they are men of ability. They speak well perhaps, certainly write well, and have high conceptions and ideals. But experience has failed to prove that they are strong men of courage. They can plan and advise, it is doubtful whether they can lead, control. They are men for cabinet offices or heads of bureaus, not presidents. Federico Gamboa. There is no question that Federico Gamboa is a man of power. As a literary man, he has few if any superiors in the Republic. He has had wide experience in the field of diplomacy. He had been connected with legations in Latin America, in Europe, in the United States. He can be trusted to deal with delicate and complicated matters of statesmanship. There is no question that in the recent exchange of diplomatic papers between Mexico and ourselves, he beat us absolutely. With all due respect to our own peerless leader, whom I highly appreciate and respect, Mr. Bryan is no match for Señor Gamboa. It is legitimate in looking over the field for a man of power and leadership to think of him. Under ordinary circumstances, Gamboa would not be outside the range of presidential possibilities. If Mexico were at peace and a duly elected president were going out of power at the termination of his period of office, and a new election were to take place under peaceful circumstances, Gamboa would be a proper and strong candidate. It is doubtful whether he is a man of sufficient strength and energy, push, enterprise, and magnetism to succeed fully and lead a party at this time. Still, as a compromise between different factions, where it was recognized that all must yield something and unite behind a leader who represented no strong group, he is not inconceivable. De la Barra. There is no doubt that many believe that the only hope of Mexico in the present crisis is De la Barra. In his political history and natural connections he is affiliated, of course, with the old regime. It is likely that his natural inclinations connect him with what fragments of the old Cientifico group remains. He is by nature conservative. When ambassador at Washington he made few mistakes and his diplomatic training is good. During the interim between the Diaz and Madero administrations, he proved himself a man of considerable character and with some qualities of leadership. He did not like Madero nor the new order, but he submitted to many things which he must have found most hard to bear, and emerged from a severe trial with a very considerable respect from the general public. He is far from being a man of the pronounced views and strong ideals desirable at the present moment. If in office, he would be forced continually to make concessions to popular demands. It is possible that he has learned the lesson and is wise enough to profit by it. If so, there is actually no stronger candidate at present in sight. In the line of natural development he seems to be the most likely man. There is danger that he would fail to rise to the full height of the occasion. It is not, however, impossible, and Mexico's friends might wish that he had a chance to prove his fitness. Huerta. Victoriano Huerta, the present incumbent, has been made a serious problem. His treachery aroused a feeling of natural repugnance in American minds. His blood-stained hands, red with blood of the man who depended upon him and to whom he owed wealth, power, and position, shocked us. From certain points of view he is a monster. At first he had no great following and could not have been considered strong in his position. There is little doubt that, left to himself, he would have been promptly eliminated. We need not have recognized his government until it proved itself worthy of recognition through itself. Had we been content simply with non-recognition, the Mexican people would have made short shrift of him. He would have been as certainly hurled from power in a few weeks as the morrow's sun will rise. But he was made a martyr. He was put into the position of the leader of a people who were browbeaten and directed from outside. Our attitude aroused sympathy, which the man himself would probably never have gained. He has developed unexpected strength. He has in many ways proved himself a leader. He is a more respected and respectable figure today than months ago. In fact, many persons in Mexico, in the United States, in Europe, today consider Huerta a strong man and look on him as something of a ruler. A much worse policy might be pursued than to supply him with the sinews of war and to see what he could do in Republican Mexico. He is a man of the Diaz type. In a sense, he is an anachronism. A man of the Diaz type is not the ideal leader for the moment. It is doubtful, however, whether the ideal leader exists or can be summoned forth. It is certain that the savior of Mexico in the future, as in the past, will be a man with Indian qualities, stubbornness, persistence, inflexibility. If the Huerta of today, vastly stronger than the Huerta of a year ago, is not the proper leader, he will be eliminated by the natural operation of causes within Mexico. It is doubtful whether the country or the world will be advantaged by his elimination through influences from without. It is likely, however, that Huerta cannot withstand the powerful American influence against him. He has been crippled financially by it. Probably he cannot maintain himself. The pity is that the financial crippling, brought about intentionally by outside influence, has not stopped with the bloody-handed usurper. Carranza. Last of the long list is Venustiano Carranza. He has been called the origin of the Madero Revolution. In reality, the attempt to nominate him as an independent candidate for governor of the state of Coahuila was Francisco Madero's first actual step in practical politics. The effort failed. The election was a farce. Carranza remained for the time being in private life. Afterward he was with Madero. With the success of the Madero movement, Carranza became governor of Coahuila. Geographical relations, personal friendship, and political experience indicated him as the leader of the effort to avenge the death of the martyr president. He is a man of energy. He has clean-cut ideas. His leadership has met with much success. Whether as a civilian he can hold his own against the soldier Villa remains to be seen. He may, of course, be completely shelved by the military leader. He showed unexpected strength of character and a true loyalty in his dealings with President Wilson's privately appointed embassy. As the head of a provisional government, he must know with whom he deals. His announcement that he would execute Huerta, Diaz, Blanquet, Mondragon, Garcia Granados, Rodolfo Reyes, and Francisco de la Barra when he comes actually to power shocks us, but would shock few Mexicans. It is unlikely, too, that, once in power, he would actually carry out his threat. Madero made similar promises but failed to keep them. It is quite probable that Carranza really would execute Huerta and Diaz if he could place hands upon them. It is quite certain, if Carranza enters the capital city, Felix Diaz would be in a place of safety. It is less likely that Huerta would fly from his impending doom. Carranza's warning to foreign countries against loans made to the Huerta government is a common expedient among revolutionaries. It is neither a masterstroke of statesmanship nor political folly. History has shown that such threats are rarely carried through. If Carranza were actually to come to power, after some diplomatic squirming he would be likely to recognize the foreign claims and meet the obligations. The qualities necessary. If Huerta falls, whoever comes to power must be a compromise. He must in part represent the past with all its wrongs. He must, however, if he is to remain in control, be ready to yield to the growing demands for change. He must have some record of achievement, either as a military man or as a leader of reform, and he must have some name. He must have something of the iron hand, must to some degree override the Constitution, must act with force in crises. But he must have thoroughly learned his lesson from the events of the past 3 years. He must be genuinely Mexican, not too favorable to the United States, and yet ready to be just to us and to the world. He must needs grapple with great problems. He must realize to what degree foreign investment in his country is a danger to the nation. He must check the present inflow of outside capital without jeopardizing the rights of that already there. He must encourage the development of natural resources through nationalism. He must lead in the movement to restore lands to little owners, which have been taken from them by unjust laws, not understood by those to whom they were applied. He must decide to what degree legitimate old estates should be divided and sold on favorable terms to little holders. He must lead in the movement of general education of the people. He must know the meaning of a rising middle class. He must realize that one term of office of 6 years' duration is the period of his actual usefulness, and should emphasize the cry of anti-re-election, applying it absolutely to himself. He should reiterate the motto of effective suffrage, and should use the power of his office to train the people in the exercise of their constitutional right of voting. He should deal with the hideous question of peonage. The problems that face him are problems that are analogous to our own. They, however, are Mexican problems and must be dealt with from the Mexican point of view. We have considered the list of known men who stand before us, but the man for the crisis may be a new man. There are men who are not conspicuous who may meet the needs. A man like Ahumada may arise and develop into power. As likely as not, the right man, when he comes, may not come through an election. He is more likely to come out of strife and struggle. He is likely to seize power. The sooner he comes, the better. When he comes, it is to be hoped that he will not make impossible demands as the condition of his recognition. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mexico and the United States, a story of revolution, intervention, and war by Frederick Starr. Intervention. A wild project. Effect of annexation. Cost of war. We will not colonize Mexico. Protection of investments. Position of the investor. A Mexican problem only. A middle class needed. Personal politics. Type of nation likely. Should we intervene? Must we intervene? No, 1,000 times no. For their sake and for ours. We should keep hands off. Every right-thinking American who knows Mexico, and who knows the points involved, must thank the President for his insistency upon maintaining peace. We may regret the exact form of his policy. We may feel that he has made mistakes, but his fundamental principle is right. There ought to be no war, and intervention is war. A wild project. It is impossible for us to march to Mexico City, seize it, appoint a provisional president, and withdraw. There is no use of trying to deceive ourselves and others. If we go to Mexico, we must occupy the whole republic. There is no possible alternative. To enter Mexico and occupy will take time, money, and frightful toll of human life. It would be unjust aggression. Its final result would involve land grabbing. We would either hold the whole of the republic, or we would cut off the northern states and add them to our area. There are, of course, plenty who look upon this as our manifest destiny. It is unfortunate if it should prove manifest destiny, because it would spell our ruin. Effect of annexation. To add Mexico to our republic, or to add the northern tier of states, would be infinitely bad for us. It would be the greatest of misfortunes for Mexico and the Mexicans. We are fond of talking of assimilation. We have never assimilated anything. We have not assimilated Arizona and New Mexico after 65 years of ownership. We have not assimilated the millions of Negroes in the South. We have not assimilated the Filipino, nor the Hawaiian, nor the Puerto Rican. We have not only not assimilated them, we are nationally today the weaker for their presence. To take over all or part of Mexico would be no advantage to its people, would harm us, and would profit only a handful of individuals to whom we owe no great consideration. Cost of war. The war for the conquest of Mexico has been much discussed. Some claim that it would require 600,000 soldiers in a period of 10 years. Others claim that it could be done with 150,000 men in 2 years' time. This is not the actual question, but only selfish and commercial features of the problem. It is not the size of the army, nor the expense, nor the time involved, which are significant. Far more important is the fact that such a war of conquest is unjust in itself. There is nothing in the conditions of the moment to excuse it. The price of war is not a mere question of dollars and time. It is more seriously a question of blood and brutalizing. A nation which issues from a war of conquest against a smaller, poorer nation suffers far more than it inflicts. Its ideals, its character, its life are lowered. How heavily has our nation paid for its inglorious war with Spain? Not only did it cost money and time and blood, its toll of disease and weakened moral fiber is a far more serious matter. And by it we lost those ideals for which our nation stood through more than a century of independent life. This last was the heaviest part of the price. We will not colonize Mexico. It is no accident that our Scandinavian emigrants drift to the moraine country of Minnesota, that the Hollanders settled down upon the flat green fields and pastures of Michigan, that the Scotch-Irish settle in our eastern hills. It is just as certainly no accident that Spaniards drifted to Mexico. They are at home in those surroundings. We never would be. We shall never fill up Mexico. Our migrations would be isothermic and latitudinal. If we should attempt the occupancy of Mexico by means of actual colonization, we should again pay a frightful price, physically, intellectually, morally. We would be changed. Is it worth while for a considerable portion of our population to become Mexican? We have stated the improbability of this migration taking place upon a large scale. To whatever extent it would occur, the American aggregate would lose. Protection of investments. The only influence active toward producing intervention in a war of conquest is the investor. We are constantly informed that we must protect American financial interests in Mexico. The investor in Mexico puts his money there because he hopes to gain a return larger than his money should produce. He has a right to do so if he chooses, but he should carry his own risk. He knows there is a risk. He has no right to ask us to carry that risk for him. If every penny of American capital invested in Mexico were wiped out of existence, there should be no armed interference on our part. Two other points affect the question. We are often told that $900 million of American capital is invested in Mexico. It is certain that much of this is fictitious value. There are plenty of companies in Mexico capitalized at $100,000, which have never had $20,000 actual money put in the enterprise. As Turner says, oceans of water in the great railway merger. We, of course, think of piling up claims against Mexico to the extent of $900 million. How much legitimate claim would be left after a Hague court investigated that? Again, it must be remembered that a very large amount of this American capital is invested in tainted concessions. Most of the foreign enterprises favored during the regimes of Diaz and Madero were never submitted for approval to the Mexican people and are not to their advantage. It is interesting, by the way, to notice that the constitutionalists threatened to deal seriously with this whole matter of tainted concessions. Would that they might, but if they should, will our government support them? Position of the investor. The investor in Mexico deserves no sympathy from us. To the degree that he places his money yonder, he is unpatriotic. He has a right, of course, to place his money where he pleases, yet a true patriotism and an enlightened appreciation of conditions would lead him to keep money here. There is not as yet a single state in our whole Union, not even New York, Pennsylvania, or Ohio, which is legitimately developed. We have as yet no genuine conception of the development of any area. We've always been cursed by the fact of greater opportunity in a new section. We have drifted here and there in the hope of getting sudden wealth with small outlay of labor. It has been a great misfortune to ourselves. It has had a frightfully destructive influence upon the world at large. It will be a good thing when we are more confined in our possibilities. Real patriotism, not the blatant kind, would lead men to utilize their capital in the development of the region in which they were born. A Mexican problem only. Mexico and the Mexicans ought to work out their own salvation. It sounds well in newspapers to say that we desire to help Mexico to solve her problems. It is the white man's burden. It is meddling. Mexico knows her problems as no outsider can. If they are to be solved, she must solve them. We can best help by solving our own problems, and heaven knows we have enough of these. Mexico is what it is because of its geography, its climate, its streams, its mountains, valleys, deserts, forests. Its altitudes, its atmosphere make a people different from ourselves. Its people are Indian, or a mixture of Indian with Spanish. The race qualities are different from ours. Feeling is different. Sentiment is different. Point of view is different. It is impossible for us to think for them, feel for them, act for them, decide their questions. All that we need to do is to keep hands off. A middle class needed. Mexico will never be at peace until a middle class arises. It has been a land of very rich and very poor, of masters and slaves. A middle class is rising. It will come. The common people of Mexico are thinking, reading, talking, more than they have ever done before. Before the conquest, Mexico was occupied by many small tribes, absolutely separated and hopelessly divided. They were ridden by their rulers and their priests. That was in the old days of paganism. Mexico today is still a people divided. It is still ridden by rulers and by priests. If it is to become a great nation, it must be unified. It can only be so through education, thought, and struggle. Its greatest curse has ever been personal politics. In the direction of political parties with definitely presented platforms of principles, much of its hope of advancement lies. Notwithstanding the discouraging aspect of the moment, notwithstanding the Madero failure, the Juarez failure, the Guerrero failure, it has made progress, and it will make progress in these directions. Type of nation likely. But no matter how Mexico may advance, it will never be like us. It ought not to be so. Latin America does not admire our style. She does not look northward for her patterns. James Bryce, in his book on South America, strongly emphasizes the fact that the republics to our south look to Europe for advice, direction, pattern, and example. They look to Spain and Portugal, Italy, and above all to France. There are two types of republics conspicuous in the world at present. When Mexico reaches an equilibrium, and she will if we permit, she will present a nation like the French Republic, not like the United States.
End of section 34.
Section 35 of Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Mexico and the United States, A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr. Leading Events in Mexican History. 1518 Expedition of Grijalva to Yucatan. 1519 Cortés lands in Mexico. 1521 Conquest of Mexico achieved. Destruction of Tenochtitlan. 1524 Arrival of Franciscan missionaries. 1527 Juan de Zumárraga, first Bishop of Mexico. 1528 First Audiencia in New Spain. 1529 Second Audiencia in New Spain. 1531 Apparition at Guadalupe. 1535 Antonio de Mendoza, first Viceroy of New Spain. 1550 Luis de Velasco, second Viceroy. 1553 University of Mexico founded. 1566 Gaston de Peralta, Viceroy. 1568 Martin de Enriquez de Almanza, Viceroy. 1571 Inquisition established in America. 1572 Arrival of Jesuits in Mexico. 1580, Lorenzo Juárez de Mendoza, Viceroy. 1584, Pedro Moya de Contreras, Archbishop of Mexico and Viceroy. 1585, Álvaro Manrique de Zúñiga, Viceroy. 1590, Luis de Velasco, II, Marquis of Salinas, Viceroy. 1595, Gaspar de Zúñiga of Acevedo, Count of Monterrey, Viceroy. 1603, Juan de Mendoza y Luna, Marquis of Montes Claros, Viceroy. 1607, Luis de Velasco, II, again Viceroy. 1612, Diego Fernández de Córdoba, Marquis of Guadalcázar, Viceroy. 1621, Diego Carrillo Mendoza y Pimentel, Marquis of Yelves, Viceroy. 1624, Rodrigo Pacheco Osorio, Viceroy. 1635, Lope Díaz de Armendáriz, Viceroy. 1640, Diego López Pacheco Cabrero y Boabadillo, Viceroy. 1642, Juan de Palafox, Bishop of Puebla, Viceroy. Later, García Sarmiento Sotomayor, Count of Salvatierra, Viceroy. 1648, Marcos López de Torres y Rueda, Bishop of Yucatán, Viceroy. 1650, Luis Enríquez de Guzmán, Count of Alba Liste, Viceroy. 1653, Francisco Fernández de la Cueva, Viceroy. 1660, Juan de Leiva y de la Cerda, Viceroy. 1664, Diego Osorio Escobar y Llamas, Bishop of Puebla, Viceroy. Later, Antonio Sebastián de Toledo, Viceroy. 1673, Pedro Nuño Colón de Portugal y Castro, Viceroy. Later, Payo de Rivera, Archbishop of Mexico, Viceroy. 1680, Tomás Antonio Manrique de la Cerda, Viceroy. 1686, Melchor Portocarrero Lazo de la Vega, Count of Monclova, Viceroy. 1688, Gaspar de la Cerda Sandoval Silva y Mendoza, Viceroy. 1696, Juan de Ortega Montañez, Bishop of Michoacán, Viceroy. Later, José Sarmiento Valladares, Count of Moctezuma, Viceroy. 1701, Juan de Ortega Montañez, again Viceroy. Later, Fernández de las Cuevas Enríquez, Viceroy. 1711, Fernando Alencastro Noroña y Silva, Viceroy. 1716, Baltasar de Zúñiga Guzmán Sotomayor y Mendoza, Viceroy. 1722, Juan de Acuña, Viceroy. 1734, Juan Antonio de Bizarrón y Eguiarreta, Archbishop of Mexico, Viceroy. 1740, Pedro de Castro Figueroa y Salazar, Viceroy. 1741, José Antonio Villaseñor y Sánchez, Cosmographer of New Spain. 1742, Pedro Cebrián y Agustín, Viceroy. 1746, Juan Francisco de Güemes y Orcasitas, Viceroy. 1755, Agustín de Ahumada y Villalón, Viceroy. 1760, Francisco Cajigal de la Vega, Viceroy. Later, Joaquín de Montserrat, Viceroy. 1763, Louisiana acquired by Spain. 1766, Carlos Francisco de Croix, Viceroy. 1767, Expulsion of Jesuits from Spain and Spanish America. 1771, Antonio María de Bucareli y Ursúa, Viceroy. 1779, Martín de Mayorga, Viceroy. 1783, Matías de Galvez, Viceroy. 1785, Bernardo de Galvez, Viceroy. 1787, Alonso Núñez de Haro y Peralta, Archbishop of Mexico, Viceroy. Later, Manuel Antonio Flores, Viceroy. 1789, Juan Vicente Pacheco de Padilla, Viceroy. 1794, Miguel de la Grúa Talamanca, Viceroy. 1798, Miguel José de Azanza, Viceroy. 1800, Felix Berenguer de Marquina, Viceroy. 1801, Louisiana returned to France. 1803, José de Iturrigaray, Viceroy. 1808, Intervention of Napoleon Bonaparte in Spanish affairs. Accession of Ferdinand VII and then of Joseph Bonaparte. Iturrigaray deposed and Pedro Garibay, Viceroy. 1809, Francisco Javier Lizana, Archbishop of Mexico, Viceroy. 1810, Pedro Catani, Viceroy. Later, Francisco Javier Venegas, Viceroy. Grito de Dolores, September 15th, 16th. 1811, Execution of Hidalgo and his fellows. 1813, Congress of Chilpancingo, Declaration of Independence and First Constitution. 1815, José María Morelos executed. 1816, Juan Ruiz de Apodaca, Viceroy. 1817, Minas Expedition. 1820, Inquisition abolished. 1821, Francisco de Novela, Viceroy. Plan of Iguala and Treaty of Córdoba. Independence achieved. Regency installed. Juan O'Donoghue, last of the Viceroys. 1822, Congress organized. Iturbide Emperor, Augustine I. 1823, Abdication of Iturbide. 1824, United States of Mexico. Constitution proclaimed. Victoria Guadalupe, Felix Fernandez, President. 1828, Yorkist and Scottish Masonry in conflict. Manuel Gómez Pedraza, President. 1829, Vicente Guerrero, President. Spanish attempt at restoration. José María Bocanegra, acting President. 1830, Anastasio Bustamante, President. 1832, Melchor Musquiz, acting President. Antonio López de Santa Anna, President. Valentín Gómez Farías, Vice President. 1835, Constitution of Las Siete Leyes, Centralism. 1836, New Constitution effective. General Barragán, acting President. José Justo Corro, acting President. Spain acknowledges Mexican independence. Texas secedes. 1840, Gutiérrez de Estrada proposes a monarchical government. 1841, Santa Anna, Provisional President. 1842, Javier Echevarría, acting President. Santa Anna, Provisional President. 1843, Bases Orgánicas Políticas Constitution, Extreme Centralism. 1845, Impeachment of Santa Anna, José Joaquín Herrera, President. Texas annexed to the United States. War between Mexico and the United States. 1846, Mariano Paredes y Arrillaga, President. War of Invasion begun. Nicolás Bravo, President. Mariano Salas, President. 1847, Santa Anna, Gómez Farías, and others, President. American forces in possession of Mexican capital. 1848, José Joaquín Herrera, President. Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. 1851, Mariano Arista, President. 1852, Juan Bautista Ceballos, President. Later, Manuel María Lombardini, acting President. 1853, Santa Anna, President. Proclaims himself perpetual dictator. 1854, Juan Álvarez pronounces. Plan of Ayotla, exile of Santa Anna. 1855, Juan Álvarez, provisional president. Later, Ignacio Comonfort, Ley Juárez passed. 1856, Ley Lerdo passed. 1857, new constitution adopted. Ignacio Comonfort, president. Reaction under Felix Zuloaga. 1858, Comonfort abdicates. Benito Juárez, as president of Supreme Court, succeeds him. Zuloaga, Miguel Miramon, and others attempt a counter-government. 1859, Juárez government in Veracruz. War of the Reform. 1860, Juárez returns to the capital. 1861, Juárez elected president. Suspension of payments on foreign debts precipitates intervention. Treaty of London. 1862, Convention of Soledad, Conference of Orizaba, and withdrawal of English and Spanish from Mexico. French advance. Battle of Puebla. 1863, French advance. Capture Puebla and Mexico. Juárez government retreats northward. San Luis Potosí, Saltillo, Monterrey. Maximilian becomes emperor. 1864, Maximilian arrives at Mexico. Juárez government at Chihuahua. 1865, Juárez government at El Paso del Norte. United States demands withdrawal of French troops. 1867, end of empire, execution of Maximilian, Juárez returns to Mexico, is elected constitutional president. 1871, Juárez re-elected. 1872, death of Juárez, Sebastián Lerdo de Tejada, president. 1876, plan of Tuxtepec, Porfirio Díaz provisional president. United States delays recognition. 1877, Porfirio Díaz elected constitutional president. Mutiny at Veracruz, Escobedo's rebellion. 1880, Manuel González elected president. General U.S. Grant visited Mexico. 1884, Porfirio Díaz elected, second term. 1888, Porfirio Díaz elected, third term. 1889, Mexico participated in First Pan-American Conference at Washington. 1892, President Díaz re-elected, fourth term. 1894, difficulty with Guatemala, agreement reached, April 1, 1895. 1896, President Díaz re-elected, fifth term. 1899, Mexico raised to a nation of ambassadorial rank. May, Mexico participated in the First Hague Peace Conference. 1900, President Díaz re-elected, sixth term. 1901, diplomatic relations resumed with the Austro-Hungarian government. Second Pan-American Conference held at the City of Mexico. 1902, pious claims submitted to the High Court. Decision against Mexico. 1904, President Díaz re-elected, seventh term. Term extended to 6 years. Ramon Corral elected vice president. Territory of Quintana Roo organized. Gold standard adopted. Mexican railways consolidated under government control. 1906, Mexico participated in the Second Hague Peace Conference. 1907, Mexico participated in Washington Conference upon Central American Affairs, which established the High Court at Cartago, Costa Rica. Elihu Root visited Mexico. 1909, political agitation. Bernardo Reyes sent on military mission to Europe. 1910, Porfirio Díaz re-elected president, eighth term. Ramon Corral re-elected vice president. Francisco I. Madero, a presidential candidate. November 18th, Achilles Cerdán incident in Puebla. November 20th, outbreak of Madero Revolution. 1911, May 10, Ciudad Juárez taken by the insurgents. Madero's provisional government established. May 25th, Porfirio Díaz resigns the presidency. Francisco de la Barra, President Interim. August 2nd, Vázquez Gómez element forced out of provisional cabinet. October 1st, Madero elected president. José María Pino Suárez, vice president. Inaugurated November 11th. 1912, February 1st, Emilio Vázquez Gómez named for provisional president by anti-Maderists. March, Orozco Revolution launched. October 16th, General Felix Díaz seizes Veracruz. October 23rd, his revolution fails. November-December, Zapatists in continued rebellion show dangerous activity. 1913, February 9th, Díaz-Reyes revolution begins. 9 days battle in the City of Mexico. Madero and Pino Suárez murdered February 22nd, 23rd. 19th, Victoriano Huerta recognized provisional president. End of section 35. End of Mexico and the United States. A Story of Revolution, Intervention, and War by Frederick Starr.